I figure I'll just let the ad finish up and then just kind of say hello to all of you wonderful people that are watching right now. Today is a big day. The end of another book. A moment of self-reflection. I think we're out of the ads. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sitting through those pre-rolls that I try to do so we have more breathing room on when we have to actually do an ad midway through. Bear with me a second here.
Deus Kane just subscribed.
Thank you, Duskane. My goodness. Thank you for the subscription. That was off the cuff. Thank you. Straight out the gate. Hey Starry Fino, how are you? We are meowing. Yeah, we are meowing along. Well, thank you. I quite adore my emotes, most of which are by my brain at this exact second. Yuki, that's right. Yuki did most of my emotes. They're on a bit of a hiatus right now, but I'm gonna, as soon as they're back, I'm going to be commissioning them for some more. I have an ever growing list of ideas, and it's very hard to choose which ones I'll pick. But we are in the final part of Sense and Sensibility. So if you haven't been here for the first parts, what? Lasada,
Lizada
thank
just
you.
subscribed for
3
3
months? You've been, oh my goodness, for 3 months. This is wild. Thank you. And we're only a couple minutes into stream and we already have a hype train. This is wild. Yes. I am going to be finishing up the seventh and final part of Sense and Sensibility today. And every time I finish a book, it's always a little bit nostalgic, a little bit sad. And this one's been a wild ride, so I'm curious to see.
Hi Gara 13 gifted 5
What?
subscriptions to the community.
Thank you. And Valis, what are you guys doing? I mean, what? Okay, we're at a level 3 and we're only a few minutes in, and I just got started, and I am flustered. And are you guys literally trying to make my brain just explode? Because that's what's gonna happen here. I just hold on. I have just the emote to truly express myself right now. 1 second. It is this one. Yeah. Me right now. Get loved on, nerd. Yeah. Yeah, it's not even my birthday. We're months and months away from my birthday. Yeah, here we are. Anyway, we're finishing up the final chapter. I'm just not going to look at the screen for a few minutes so that way I can focus on what I'm trying to say. We're going to finish Sense and Sensibility today. We are on one of the final chapters. We're going to start with 44. Make a thinking symbol as a hat on my model. That would be a good redeem. Like the error 404 redeem would be a good one. Screaming. That is an incredible emote. Who made that? Cenosaur. I don't think I've seen them before. That's pretty cool. Oh, and looks like they're a streamer here on Twitch as well. That's an incredible character design. I'll give them a follow. Check out their art one of these days. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that is an incredible emote. I'll have to look. I'll add that to my list of ever-growing list of like the drag in fear. Drag in fear. I don't know. A few minutes ago, I was contemplating a sock puppet PNG tuber. So, yeah, the ideas just constantly flow. We'll go from there. So we're reading chapter 44, and like I said, I'm feeling a little nostalgic and a little bit sad. But at the end of last Friday, at the end of that part of the book, we know that Marianne is in the recovery. She was super, super sick. Colonel Brandon, like, who is a family friend who's in love with Marianne, rushed off to Barton to go pick up their mother, Marianne and Eleanor's mother, to bring her, because when he left, it was assumed that she would pass away. But now, she expected to see her mother downstairs, because a coach just dropped somebody off, and it was Willoughby. And if you haven't been here through the whole series, you might not know, Willoughby is kind of early on in the story when they're first living in Barton. Marianne has an accident and takes a tumble down a hill and twists her ankle while she's out with their youngest sister. And he's there. Willoughby is there. He sees what happens, and he does the chivalrous thing and picks her up and takes her back to her house, and then visits her regularly through her convalescence as she heals. And then they're seen about at every ball, at every party. All he does is come visit her as often as he possibly can. And it's understood but not said that he's in love with her and that he's going to ask her to marry him. But it's never said. So in this culture, unless it's on paper, until the bans are read, it's not real. It's not true. And he has to go off to town because his mother would never approve the match. And then she doesn't hear from him for months. And then they get invited to town by their cousin's wife's mother. Gets a little complicated. Thank you so much for the hype train. Level 3, that is awesome. Thank you guys. It looks like I have collected all of the level 2 emotes. Good to know. But yeah, so he goes away. She doesn't hear from him, but Marianne doesn't think anything of it. And then they get invited by Mrs. Jennings to go to town. And by town, I mean London proper. And she's super excited because she's going to get to see him there. And then she sends him a letter like, hey, I'm in town. I'm looking forward to you stopping by and seeing me. And super short note. And then it's not responded to. And then she just, oh, he's not in town yet, whatever. She blows it off. And then she's out one day with Mrs. Jennings and Eleanor, her sister, and they come home and they find a card that he is in fact in town, and he did in fact stop to see her. So she sends him another letter excitedly, a longer one, just like, why haven't you sent me anything? I've missed you, blah, 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 profession of love. And then nothing, no response. And then they just happen to be at another person's party where they see Eleanor and Marianne in a time of rest, sitting in some chairs, see Willoughby dancing with another woman who is very smartly dressed and very affluent. And Marianne basically has a conniption because, like, who is this woman? Why haven't you responded to me? She's freaking out and very upset. And Eleanor has to calm her down, and they go home. And then Marianne sends a final letter, who was this woman? Why was she there? If you don't love me and you don't want to be with me, you need to send me back all of my letters and the lock of hair that you begged from me. And so he sends a letter back. And in the letter, he said, I never meant to make you feel like there was an impression that there was ever an engagement. I have nothing but the greatest fondness for you and your family, blah, blah, blah. Schmooze, schmooze, schmooze. It's all lies. And Willoughby is then engaged to this very rich woman that they saw at the party. And then she gets super, super sad and is super down. But at this point, it's found out that Willoughby is a philanderer. He's been sleeping with other women and ruining, like, Colonel Brandon's niece, so the woman that he fell in love with that married his older brother's daughter. She was actually impregnated by Willoughby and at like 15 or 16. It's super, super gross. And then he just left her because she was, no one. She was just a girl, and he felt entitled to taking whatever he wanted and not making any good by any promises he made to her. And then, of course, then we have Marianne, and then Marianne was put off without any endangerment to herself, but still a public rebuke that he turned off their engagement without ever actually being engaged. It's complicated. It's very very much of the times. Weird. Okay. Anyway, so Willoughby, the person that Marianne hates most, who just got married, is at their house after hearing that Marianne is sick. Oh, it's not complicated at all. I mean, if you see how it all works together, and if you would like to see how it all works together, you can see the other 6 episodes in the Sense and Sensibility collection on my here on my Twitch page. So interesting reading, and he's I do believe I called him a twat. Yes, not a good egg. Very bad. Willoughby is a bad egg. All right, I have rambled and digressed too long. Let's get started and see why. Why is Willoughby in her house right now? Chapter 44. Also, I'm going to pin that message. That was fantastic. Eleanor, starting back with a look of horror at the sight of him, obeyed the first impulse of her heart in turning instantly to quit the room, and her hand was already on the lock when its action was suspended by his hastily advancing and saying, in a voice rather of command than supplication, "Miss Dashwood, for half an hour, for 10 minutes, I entreat you to stay." Am I? Mic check check. Better? Perhaps. Mic up. We'll try it again. From the top. Chapter 44. Eleanor, starting back with a look of horror at the sight of him, obeyed the first impulse of her heart in turning instantly to quit the room, and her hand was already on the lock when its action was suspended by his hastily advancing and saying, in a voice rather of command than supplication, "Miss Dashwood, for half an hour, for 10 minutes, I entreat you to stay." "No, sir," she replied with firmness, "I shall not stay. Your business cannot be with me. The servants, I suppose, forgot to tell you that Mr. Palmer was not in the house." "Had they told me," he cried with vehemence, "that Mr. Palmer and all his relations were at the devil, it would not have turned me from the door. My business is with you, and only you." "With me?" In the utmost amazement. "Well, sir, be quick, and if you can, less violent." "Sit down, and I will be both." She hesitated. She knew not what to do. The possibility of Colonel Brandon's arriving and finding him there came across her. But she had promised to hear him, and her curiosity, no less than her honor, was engaged. After a moment's recollection, therefore, concluding that prudence required dispatch, and that her acquiescence would best promote it, she walked silently towards the table and sat down. He took the opposite chair, and for half a minute not a word was said by either. "Pray be quick, sir," said Eleanor impatiently. "I have no time to spare." He was sitting in an attitude of deep meditation, and seemed not to hear her. "Your sister," said he with abruptness, a moment afterwards, "is out of danger? I heard it from the servant. God be praised. But is it true? Is it really true?" Eleanor would not speak. He repeated the inquiry with yet greater eagerness. "For God's sake, tell me, is she out of danger, or is she not?" "We hope she is." He rose up, and walking across the room, had I known as much half an hour ago, but since I am here," speaking with a forced vivacity as he returned to his seat, "what does it signify? For once, Miss Dashwood, it will be the last time, perhaps. Let us be cheerful together. I am in a fine mood for gaiety. Tell me honestly, a deeper glow overspreading his cheeks. "Do you think me most a knave or a fool?" Eleanor looked at him with greater astonishment than ever. She began to think that he must be in liquor. The strangeness of such a visit, and of such manners, seemed no otherwise intelligible, and with this impression she immediately rose, saying, "Mr. Willoughby, I advise you at present to return to Combe. I am not at leisure to remain with you longer. Whatever your business may be with me, it will be better recollected and explained tomorrow." "I understand you," he replied, with an expressive smile and a voice perfectly calm. "Yes, I am very drunk. A pint of porter with my cold beef at Marlborough was enough to overset me." "At Marlborough?" cried Eleanor, more and more at loss to understand what he would be at. "Yes. I left London this morning at 8 o'clock, and the only 10 minutes I have spent out of my chaise since that time procured me a nuncheon at Marlborough. A light meal taken in the middle of the day, by the way." The steadiness of his manner and the intelligence of his eyes as he spoke, convincing Eleanor that whatever other unpardonable folly might bring him to Cleveland, he was not brought there by intoxication, she said after a moment's recollection. "Mr. Willoughby, you ought to feel, and I certainly do, that after what has passed, your coming here in this manner and forcing yourself upon my notice requires a very particular excuse. What is it that you mean by it?" "I mean," said he, with serious energy, "if I can, to make you hate me 1 degree less than you do now. I mean to offer some kind of explanation, some kind of apology for the past, to open my whole heart to you, and by convincing you that though I have been always a blockhead, I have not been always a rascal, to obtain something like forgiveness from Ma." So he's trying to say her name. Ma. So it would be Ma. "To obtain something like forgiveness from your sister. Is this the real reason of your coming?" "Upon my soul it is," was his answer, with a warmth which brought all the former Willoughby to her remembrance, and, in spite of herself, made her think him sincere. "If that is all, you may be satisfied already, for Marianne does. She has long forgiven you." "Has she?" he cried, in the same eager tone. "Oh, no." "Then she has forgiven me before she ought to have done it. But she shall forgive me again, and on more reasonable grounds. Now, will you listen to me?" Eleanor bowed her assent. "I do not know," said he, after a pause of expectation on her side, and thoughtfulness on his own, "how you may have accounted for my behavior to your sister, or what diabolical motive you may have imputed to me. Perhaps you will hardly think the better of me. It is worth the trial, however, and you shall hear everything. When I first became intimate in your family, I had no other intention, no other view in the acquaintance than to pass my time pleasantly while I was obliged to remain in Devonshire, more pleasantly than I had ever done before. Your sister's lovely person and interesting manners could not but please me, and her behavior to me almost from the first was of a kind. It is astonishing, when I reflect on what it was and what she was, that my heart should have been so insensible. But at first, I must confess, my vanity only was elevated by it, careless of her happiness, thinking only of my own amusement, giving way to feelings which I had always been too much in the habit of indulging. I endeavored, by every means in my power, to make myself pleasing to her, without any design of returning her affection." Miss Dashwood, at this point, turning her eyes on him with the most angry contempt, stopped him by saying, It is hardly worth while, Mr. Willoughby, for you to relate, or for me to listen any longer. Such a beginning as this cannot be followed by anything. Do not let me be pained by hearing anything more on the subject. I insist on your hearing the whole of it, he replied. My fortune was never large, and I had always been expensive. Always in the habit of associating with people of better income than myself, every year since my coming of age, or even before, I believe, had added to my debts. And though the death of my old cousin, Mrs. Smith, was to set me free, yet that event being uncertain and possibly far distant, it had been for some time my intention to re-establish my circumstances by marrying a woman of fortune. To attach myself to your sister, therefore, was not a thing to be thought of, and with a meanness, selfishness, cruelty, which no indignant, no contemptuous look, even of yours, Miss Dashwood, can ever reprobate too much. I was acting in this manner, trying to engage her regard without a thought of returning it. But one thing may be said for me, even in that horrid state of selfish vanity, I did not know the extent of the injury I meditated, because I did not then know what it was to love. But have I ever known it? Well may it be doubted. For, had I really loved, could I have sacrificed my feelings to vanity, to avarice? Or, what is more, could I have sacrificed hers? But I have done it, to avoid a comparative poverty which her affection and her society would have deprived of all its horrors. I have, by raising myself to affluence, lost everything that could make it a blessing. You did, then, said Elinor, a little softened, believe yourself at one time attached to her? To have resisted such attractions, to have withstood such tenderness, is there a man on earth who could have done it? Yes. I found myself, by insensible degrees, sincerely fond of her.
Tausif just followed.
Aw, thank you for the follow. Tausif. Welcome in, Tausif. And the happiest hours of my life were what I spent with her, when I felt my intentions were strictly honorable and my feelings blameless. Even then, however, when fully determined on paying my addresses to her, I allowed myself most improperly to put off from day to day the moment of doing it, from an unwillingness to enter into an engagement while my circumstances were so greatly embarrassed. I will not reason here, nor will I stop for you to expatiate on the absurdity, and the worse than absurdity, of scrupling to engage my faith where my honor was already bound. The event has proved that I was a cunning fool, providing with great circumspection for a possible opportunity of making myself contemptible and wretched forever. At last, however, my resolution was taken, and I had determined, as soon as I could engage her alone, to justify the attentions I had invariably paid her, and openly assure her of an affection which I had already taken such pains to display. But in the interim of the very few hours that were to pass, before I could have an opportunity of speaking with her in private, a circumstance occurred, an unlucky circumstance, to ruin all my resolution, and with it all my comfort. A discovery took place. Here he hesitated and looked down. Mrs. Smith had somehow or other been informed, I imagine by some distant relation, whose interest it was to deprive me of her favor, of an affair, a connection. But I need not explain myself farther, he added, looking at her with a heightened color and an inquiring eye. Your particular intimacy. You have probably heard the whole story long ago. I have, returned Elinor, coloring likewise, and hardening her heart anew against any compassion for him. I have heard it all, and how you will explain away any part of your guilt in that dreadful business, I confess, is beyond my comprehension. Remember, cried Willoughby, from whom you received the account. Could it be an impartial one? I acknowledge that her situation and her character ought to have been respected by me. I do not mean to justify myself, but at the same time cannot leave you to suppose that I have nothing to urge, that because she was injured she was irreproachable, and because I was a libertine she must be a saint. If the violence of her passions, the weakness of her understanding— I do not mean, however, to defend myself. Her affection for me deserved better treatment, and I often, with great self-reproach, recall the tenderness which, for a very short time, had the power of creating any return. Welcome in, Real Guts. I heartily wish it had never been, but I have injured more than herself. And I have injured one whose affection for me, may I say it, was scarcely less warm than hers, and whose mind, oh, how infinitely superior. Your indifference, however, towards that unfortunate girl, I must say, unpleasant to me as the discussion of such a subject may well be, your indifference is no apology for your cruel neglect of her. Welcome in, Rakus. I hope you're having a good day. Do not think yourself excused by any weakness, any natural defect of understanding on her side, in the wanton cruelty so evident on yours. You must have known that while you were enjoying yourself in Devonshire, pursuing fresh schemes, always gay, always happy, she was reduced to the extremest indigence. Extreme poverty, destitution. I don't know that I know how to pronounce that word correctly. We're going to go ahead and copy that word one more time. There we go. Copy. What do we have? Indigence. One more time. Indigence. Interesting. Learned a word. Okay, real quick. Word for me to remember. Indigence. She was reduced to the extremest indigence. But upon my soul, I did not know it, he warmly replied. I did not recollect that I had omitted to give her my direction, and common sense might have told her how to find it out. Well, sir, and what said Mrs. Smith? She taxed me with the offense at once, and my confusion may be guessed. The purity of her life, the formality of her notions, her ignorance of the world, everything was against me. The matter itself I could not deny, and vain was every endeavor to soften it. She was previously disposed, I believe, to doubt the morality of my conduct in general, and was moreover discontented with the very little attention, the very little portion of my time that I had bestowed on her in my present visit. In short, it ended in a total breach. By one measure I might have saved myself in the height of her morality. Good woman, she offered to forgive the past if I would marry Eliza. That could not be, and I was formally dismissed from her favor and her house the night following this affair.
Real Guts just
Oh, thanks for the follow, Real Guts. The night following this affair, I was to go the next morning, was spent by me in deliberating on what my future conduct should be. The struggle was great, but it ended too soon. My affection for Marianne, my thorough conviction of her attachment to me, it was all insufficient to outweigh that dread of poverty, or get the better of those false ideas of the necessity of riches, which I was naturally inclined to feel, and expensive society had increased. I had reason to believe myself secure of my present wife, if I chose to address her, and I persuaded myself to think that nothing else in common prudence remained for me to do. Grab one of these waters. I'm a bit parched. 1 second. For the record, it's sparkling water. Whew! That'll cut through anything. Which I was naturally inclined to feel, and expensive society had increased. I had reason to believe myself secure of my present wife, if I chose to address her.
Water. Become moist.
Moist. And I persuaded myself to think that nothing else in common prudence remained for me to do. An heavy scene, however, awaited me before I could leave Devonshire. I was engaged to dine with you on that very day. Some apology was therefore necessary for my breaking the engagement. But whether I should write this apology or deliver it in person was a point of long debate. To see Marianne I felt would be dreadful, and I even doubted whether I could see her again and keep to my resolution. In that point, however, I undervalued my own magnanimity. What a word. Magnanimity. There we go. My own magnanimity. That's a mouthful. Yeah, mouthful. I know. Barely. I understand my own magnanimity. That word is a... I know what it means. Yeah, I want to know how to pronounce it. Half the time I feel like that's what I'm doing. It's like, I know what that word means, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Magnanimity. Magnanimity. Oh, what a word. I am the grandiloquent here. Magnanimity. Oh my god, that's a word. Magnanimity. 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 There we go. Where was I? I understand my own magnanimity as the event declared. For I went, I saw her miserable, and left her miserable, and left her, hoping never to see her again. It is. Why did you call, Mr. Willoughby? Said Elinor reproachfully. A note would have answered every purpose. Why was it necessary to call? It was necessary to my own pride. I could not bear to leave the country in a manner that might lead you or the rest of the neighborhood to suspect any part of what had really passed between Mrs. Smith and myself, and I resolved therefore on calling at the cottage in my way to Honiton. The sight of your dear sister, however, was really dreadful, and to heighten the matter, I found her alone. You were all gone. I do not know where. I had left her only the evening before, so fully, so firmly resolved within myself on doing right. A few hours were to have engaged her to me forever, and I remember how happy, how gay were my spirits as I walked from the cottage to Allenham, satisfied with myself, delighted with everybody. But in this, our last interview of friendship, I approached her with a sense of guilt that almost took from me the power of dissembling her sorrow, her disappointment, her deep regret when I told her that I was obliged to leave Devonshire so immediately. I never shall forget it. United, too, with such reliance, such confidence in me. Oh, God, what an hard-hearted rascal I was. They were both silent for a few moments. Eleanor first spoke. Did you tell her that you should soon return? I do not know what I told her, he replied impatiently. Less than was due to the past, beyond a doubt, and in all likelihood much more than was justified by the future. I cannot think of it. It won't do. Then came your dear mother to torture me farther with all her kindness and confidence. Thank heaven, it did torture me. I was miserable. Miss Dashwood, you cannot have an idea of the comfort it gives me to look back on my own misery. I owe such a grudge to myself for the stupid, rascally folly of my own heart, that all my past sufferings under it are only triumph and exultation to me now. Well, I went, left all that I loved, and went to those to whom, at best, I was only indifferent. My journey to town, traveling with my own horses, and therefore so tediously. No creature to speak to, my own reflections so cheerful. When I looked forward, everything so inviting. When I looked back at Barton, the picture so soothing. Oh, it was a blessed journey. He stopped. Well, sir, said Eleanor, who, though pitying him, grew impatient for his departure. And this is all? All? No. Have you forget? That reads so strange. All? No. Have you forgot what passed in town? That infamous letter, did she shew it to you? Yes. I saw every note that passed. When the first of hers reached me, as it immediately did, for I was in town the whole time. Scandalous! What I felt is, in the common phrase, not to be expressed in a more simple one, perhaps too simple to raise any emotion. My feelings were very, very painful. Every line, every word was, in the hackneyed metaphor which their dear writer, were she here, would forbid, a dagger to my heart. To know that Marianne was in town was in the same language a thunderbolt. Thunderbolts and daggers, what a reproof would she have given me! Her taste, her opinions, I believe they are better known to me than my own, and I am sure they are dearer. Eleanor's heart, which had undergone many changes in the course of this extraordinary conversation, was now softened again. Yet she felt it her duty to check such ideas in her companion as the last. The scoundrel left her on red. Pretty much. This is not right. This is not right. This is not right, Mr. Willoughby. Remember that you are married. Relate only what in your conscience you think necessary for me to hear. Marianne's note, by assuring me that I was still as dear to her as in former days. That in spite of the many, many weeks we had been separated, she was as constant in her own feelings and as full of faith in the constancy of mine as ever, awakened all my remorse. I say awakened because Time and London business and dissipation had in some measure quieted it, and I had been growing a fine hardened villain, fancying myself indifferent to her, and choosing to fancy that she too must have become indifferent to me, talking to myself of our past attachment as a mere idle, trifling business, shrugging up my shoulders in proof of its being so, and silencing every reproach, overcoming every scruple by secretly saying now and then, I shall be heartily glad to hear she is well married. But this note made me know myself better. I felt that she was infinitely dearer to me than any other woman in the world, and that I was using her infamously. But everything was then just settled between Miss Grey and me. To retreat was impossible. All that I had to do was to avoid you both. I sent no answer to Marianne, intending by that means to preserve myself from her farther notice. And for some time I was even determined not to call in Berkeley Street. But at last, judging it wiser to affect the air of a cool, common acquaintance than anything else, I watched you all safely out of the house one morning and left my name. Watched us out of the house? Even so. You would be surprised to hear how often I watched you, how often I was on the point of falling in with you. I have entered many a shop to avoid your sight as the carriage drove by, lodging as I did in Bond Street. There was hardly a day in which I did not catch a glimpse of one or other of you, and nothing but the most constant watchfulness on my side, a most invariably prevailing desire to keep out of your sight, could have separated us so long. I avoided the Middletons as much as possible, as well as everybody else who was likely to prove an acquaintance in common. This man was stalking them, but in reverse. Like he wanted to avoid them at all costs. Not aware of their being in town, however, I blundered on Sir John, I believe the first day of his coming, and the day after I called at Mrs. Jennings. He asked me to a party, a dance at his house in the evening. Had he not told me as an inducement that you and your sister were to be there, I should have felt it too certain a thing to trust myself near him. The next morning brought another short note from Marianne, still affectionate, open, artless, confiding. Everything that could make my conduct most hateful. I could not answer it. I tried, but could not frame a sentence. But I thought of her, I believe, every moment of the day. If you can pity me, Miss Dashwood, pity my situation as it was then. With my head and heart full of your sister, I was forced to play the happy lover to another woman. Those 3 or 4 weeks were worse than all. Well, at last, as I need not tell you, you were forced on me, and what a sweet figure I cut. What an evening of agony it was. Marianne, beautiful as an angel on one side, calling me Willoughby in such a tone. Oh God, holding out her hand to me, asking me for an explanation with those bewitching eyes fixed in such speaking solicitude on my face. And Sophia, jealous as the devil on the other hand, looking all that was. Well, it does not signify. It is over now. Such an evening. Well, it does not. Such an evening. I ran away from you all as soon as I could, but not before I had seen Marianne's sweet face, as white as death. That was the last look I ever had of her face, last manner in which she appeared to me. It was a it was a horrible sight. Yet, when I thought of her today as really dying, it was a kind of comfort to me to imagine that I knew exactly how she would appear to those who saw her last in this world. She was before me, constantly before me, as I traveled in the same look and hue. A short pause of mutual thoughtfulness succeeded. Willoughby, first rousing himself, broke it thus. Well, Let me make haste and be gone. Your sister is certainly better, certainly out of danger. We are assured of it. Your poor mother, too, doting on Marianne. But the letter, Mr. Willoughby, your own letter, have you anything to say about it? Yes, that in particular. Your sister wrote to me again, you know, the very next morning. You saw what she said. I was breakfasting at the Ellisons, and her letter, with some others, was brought to me there from my lodgings. It happened to catch Sophia's eye before it caught mine, and its size, the elegance of the paper, the handwriting, altogether immediately gave her a suspicion. Some vague report had reached her before of my attachment to some young lady in Devonshire, and what had passed within her observation the preceding evening had marked who the lady was, and made her more jealous than ever. Affecting that air of playfulness, therefore, which is delightful in a woman one loves, she opened the letter directly and read its contents. She was well paid for her impudence. She read what made her wretched. Her wretchedness I could have borne, but her passion, her malice, at all events it must be appeased. And in short, what do you think of my wife's style of letter writing? Delicate, tender, truly feminine? Was it not? Your wife? The letter was in your own handwriting. Yes, but I had only the credit of servilely copying such sentences as I was ashamed to put my name to. The original was all her own happy thoughts and gentle diction. But what could I do? We were engaged, everything in preparation, the day almost fixed, but I am talking like a fool. Preparation, day. In honest words, her money was necessary to me, and in a situation like mine, anything was to be done to prevent a rupture. And after all, what did it signify to my character in the opinion of Marianne and her friends, in what language my answer was couched? It must have been only to one end. My business was to declare myself a scoundrel, and whether I did it with a bow or a bluster was of little importance. I am ruined forever in their opinion, and I said to myself, I am shut out forever from their society. They already think me an unprincipled fellow. This letter will only make them think me a blackguard one. Such were my reasonings as, in a sort of desperate carelessness, I copied my wife's words, and parted with the last relics of Marianne, her 3 notes. Unluckily, they were all in my pocket-book, or I should have denied their existence, and hoarded them forever. I was forced to put them up, and could not even kiss them. And the lock of hair, that too I had always carried about me in the same pocket-book, which was now searched by Madame, with the most ingratiatingly virulence, with the most ingratiating virulence, the dear lock. Every memento was torn from me. You are very wrong, Mr. Willoughby, very blamable, said Elinor, while her voice, in spite of herself, betraying her compassionate emotion, you ought not to speak in this way, either of Mrs. Willoughby or my sister. You have made your own choice. It was not forced on you. Your wife has a claim to your politeness, to your respect at least. She must be attached to you, or she would not have married you. You treat her with unkindness. To speak of her slightingly is no atonement to Marianne, nor can I suppose it a relief to your own conscience. Do not talk to me of my wife, said he, with a heavy sigh. She does not deserve your compassion. She knew I had no regard for her when we married. Well married we were, and came down to Combe Magna to be happy, and afterwards returned to town to be gay. And now do you pity me, Miss Dashwood? Or have I said all this to no purpose? Am I, be it only one degree, am I less guilty in your opinion than I was before? My intentions were not always wrong. Have I explained away any part of my guilt? Yes, you have certainly removed something, a little. You have proved yourself on the whole less faulty than I had believed you. You have proved your heart less wicked, much less wicked. But I hardly know the misery that you have inflicted. I hardly know what could have made it worse. Will you repeat to your sister, when she is recovered, what I have been telling you? I hope she doesn't. Let me be a little lightened, too, in her opinions as well as in yours. You tell me that she has forgiven me already. Let me be able to fancy that a better knowledge of my heart and of my present feelings will draw from her a more spontaneous, more natural, more gentle, less dignified forgiveness. Tell her of my misery and of my penitence. Tell her that my heart was never inconstant to her, and if you will, that at this moment she is dearer to me than ever. What about your first lady love that you impregnated and abandoned? What about her? Are we going to talk about her at all? No? Guess not. I will tell her all that is necessary to what may comparatively be called your justification, but you have not explained to me the particular reason of your coming now, nor how you heard of her illness. Last night, in Drury Lane lobby, I ran against Sir John Middleton, and when he saw who I was, for the first time these 2 months, he spoke to me. That he had cut me ever since my marriage, I had seen without surprise or resentment. Now, however, his good-natured, honest, stupid soul, full of indignation against me and concern for your sister, could not resist the temptation of telling me what he knew ought to, though probably he did not think it would vex me horribly. As bluntly as he could speak it, therefore, he told me that Marianne Dashwood was dying of a putrid fever at Cleveland. A letter that morning received from Mrs. Jennings declared her danger most imminent. The Palmers all gone off in a fright, and etc. I was too shocked to be able to pass myself off as insensible, even to the undiscerning Sir John. His heart was softened in seeing mine suffer, and so much of his ill will was done away, that when we parted he almost shook me by the hand, while he reminded me of an old promise about a pointer puppy. What I felt on hearing that your sister was dying, and dying, too, believed me the greatest villain upon earth, hating me in her latest moments. For how could I tell what horrid projects might not have been imputed? Double T would be imputed. One person, I was sure, would represent me as capable of anything. What I felt was dreadful. My resolution was soon made, and at 8 o'clock this morning, I was in my carriage. Now you know all. Eleanor made no answer. Her thoughts were silently fixed on the irreparable injury which too early an independence and its consequent habits of idleness, dissipation, and luxury had made in the mind, the character, the happiness of a man who, to every advantage of person and talents, united a disposition naturally open and honest, and a feeling affectionate temper. The world had made him extravagant and vain. Extravagance and vanity had made him cold-hearted and selfish. Vanity, while seeking its own guilty triumph at the expense of another, had involved him in a real attachment, which extravagance, or at least its offspring necessity, had required to be sacrificed. Each faulty propensity in leading him to evil had led him likewise to punishment. The attachment from which, against honor, against feeling, against every better interest, he had outwardly torn himself, now, when no longer allowable, governed every thought, and the connection for the sake of which he had, with little scruple, left her sister to misery, was likely to prove a source of unhappiness to himself, of a far more incurable nature. From a reverie of this kind, she was recalled at the end of some minutes by Willoughby, who, rousing himself from a reverie at least equally painful, started up in preparation for going, and said, "There is no use in staying here. I must be off." "Are you going back to town?" "No, to Combe Magna. I have business there. From thence to town in a day or two. Goodbye. He held out his hand. She could not refuse to give him hers. He pressed it with affection. And you do think something better of me than you did, said he, letting it fall, and leaning against the mantelpiece, as if forgetting he was to go. Eleanor assured him that she did, that she forgave, pitied him, wished him well, was even interested in his happiness, and added some gentle counsel as to the behavior most likely to promote it. His answer was not very encouraging. As to that, said he, I must rub through the world as well as I can. Domestic happiness is out of the question. If, however, I am allowed to think that you and yours feel an interest in my fate and actions, it may be the means. It may put me on my guard. At least, it may be something to live for. Marianne, to be sure, is lost to me forever. Were I even, by any blessed chance, at liberty again. Eleanor stopped him with a reproof. Well, he replied, once more, goodbye. I shall now go away and live in dread of one event. What do you mean? Your sister's marriage. You are very wrong. She can never be more lost to you than she is now. But she will be gained by someone else, and if that someone should be the very he whom, of all others, I could least bear. But I will not stay to rob myself of all your compassionate goodwill by showing that where I have most injured, I can least forgive. Goodbye. God bless you. And with these words, he almost ran out of the room. I'm suddenly reminded, I think the song goes, smooth operator. Yeah, he's... I don't know. I don't know how much of his, feelings for Marianne are real. I don't know how much is, artifice to make them hate him less because he's feeling guilty. I can only speculate. But ultimately, at the end of the day, Marianne loved him, and allegedly he loved her back. But despite that, he opted to marry another woman for her money instead. We have a word for guys like that. Sleazebag is the polite version. Yeah. He is irredeemable. That he would... She's recovering from illness, and he's going to tell her sister to tell her that, oh, I know I canceled our engagement, but it's all my wife's fault that I wrote the letter, and that I still love you despite being married to someone else. Gross. Yeah, no. Willoughby is irredeemable, and he should have just left them alone. I really, in all my heart, hope that Eleanor does not relay any of this confidence to her sister at all. Just terrible. Well, we are between chapters, so as a friendly reminder, hydrate, caffeinate, grab a snack, do whatever you need to enjoy the story.
Drink water. Become moist.
I feel like you're just using... This trope is in, every Jane Austen novel. Fair enough. Stretch. Yeah, I might do a rework of my... I'll write that down. Redeems... Maybe I can find something spooky for the audio for the snack and the drink water redeem. I don't know. It deserves a review. It's been a year, I think. It's time for an update. True. I think the Cookie Monster. I don't know that Snack needs an update, but I think the water one does. I don't even think I have that emote as an emote anymore. I got the custom drink emote for the channel. Sippy sippy. Num 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 num. Num 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 num. It's true. Cookie Monster is delightful just as he is, and I think snack time nom 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 is correct at all times. But we are moving on to chapter 45 of, let me see, check this real quick. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more chapters. But some of them are shorter than others. Like this next chapter, I think, is 5 pages. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was doing when I was learning how to do alerts in the first place. So it's something that is a work in progress. So I would like to integrate BikuBot and get away from sound alerts altogether if I can. That's something I'll have to look at and see if I can do. But let's see. Okay. Hydration. I'm good on the snack. I already ate a full breakfast burrito with cheese, potatoes, and eggs, so I'm quite good. It's true, Duske. I would say that streaming isn't like an ever evolving. You're deciding your vibe, right? Like over time, you're learning. Too long for a quick hydrate redeem. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, hydrate will be first to review. Okay. It's been one of those things that have been on the back of my mind, but there have been a lot of other things. Like, what do I do for my affiliate anniversary? What do I do for this? Blah 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 blah. Talking to artists. It's just like there's all these like different pieces. Sustenance. There's all these different moving pieces, and then over the course of the last year, I've learned a lot about how to make OBS more effective, all the different types of redeemables. Like I've got the emote wall up, so whenever somebody posts an emote, it kind of bounces around. Reworking of my PNG, my other PNGs that I don't really use very much because I don't do a lot besides reading, but I have them, I just don't use them. I should, because I mean, I'm missing out on opportunities to do things. It is a cool effect. That is also one of the things from sound alerts, though. But yeah, my just chatting, my gaming, I'm a pirate, art stream. I haven't done any art streams yet. Glaring at you all. And then I've got the ones that I will be using starting next week. So quite a few things that I don't really use, and that's not including I have the Christmas gingerbread one. I've got a lot of PNGs. I got a lot of options. So, oh yeah, the sensational VT one was incredible too. But that one I feel is just too sexy for day-to-day use. I think if I ever do any like book talk books, I will read using that one. If you have not seen Sensational VT, maybe we can see, I don't know how many clips they have, but shout out. Is it underscore VT or is it just VT? So Sensational VT, if we'll see. Hi Wande. Sensational makes masculine men streamers. I probably misspelled that. Sensationalism. I think it's underscore VT. Side note, I'm really loving Brave over Google Chrome. I do, however, miss here we go. Pull up Sensational. No, I spelled it correctly. So, I don't know. So Sensational VT is an amazing artist. I'll pull up their portfolio here real quick. They've done a variety. So like here's the PNG. It's just she's thick. She's very thick. Then we've got Almontes. There's a few folks here that I recognize. Clint and what was it? Valsite. Valsites was really cool with all the details. And I thought it was really cool how on the model he has the different face expressions along the chest on the buttons. It's just kind of neat. But yeah, he's great, gaining in popularity, but like he makes men look like men. You know, there's no Final Fantasy delicate twink era. It's very soft boy, manly man that just, yeah. I think this doctor is probably the softest. F Day. And like Ghetto from Jujutsu Kaisen. But yeah, a lot of different folks, and he's continuing to make them just really popular. I will drop a link since they're if you're not already following them on VGen, you should. But yeah, they're pretty great. I think their pricing point is pretty on par too for the quality. You really get a lot of really high quality, like their rigging, their illustrations are really good. They have skebs now. They've added a lot since the last time I was on their page, honestly. Anyway, we're here for book. Back to book we go. But yeah. We have plenty, Wande. Like, as far as VTubers, we do. I would like to see more masculine men VTubers. Because I feel like a lot of them kind of look the same right now. I would like more of everything. I think especially with the changes to streaming and the fact that Iron Mouse is now the top most subscribed to creator on Twitch, I think it's a change in the game. I think we're gonna see small, tall, thick, skinny, more adult, more childlike, everything and in between, like every creative dream, anthro, robotic, futuristic, you know. I haven't seen a caveman streamer, you know, that would be kind of cool. But we're seeing more artist streams. We're like what used to be a very gaming centric platform that was Twitch is now branching off into actual, like, you know, subsets of all these different types of folks. Yes, there is still gaming. I think is always going to be a huge, like, maybe 50-60% of what Twitch is, but now we have reading streams, we have music streamers, DJs have their own category and got new rights, all of the artist streamers. Though that's been like a wild ride of up and down, and like, no, it's all art can be done, even not safe for work, and then, oh no, we're gonna have some VTubers that are gonna screw it up for everybody. It's just like, oh god. But a cave woman, oh, that would be cool. You'll have to DM that to me, Lasada. I'd love to see a cave woman streamer. I think that's a really cool idea. But it's a wild ride, right? Like, Twitch is constantly evolving, and we're seeing creators getting to express themselves in wonderful new ways. It's true. I saw artists that also abused it as well, but some of them are literally just, they need a basic model. They can Ken doll it. They just need a basic model to be able to design clothes off of. And those artists that are in good faith are literally designing outfits for their I guess I would say customers, clients, recipients. Um, you know, them streaming during that creative process is supposed to inspire other artists and also is part of the process. Like, you know, it when you're creating on live, I think it is a little bit distracting, but at the same time it's an accountability. It makes you want to continue to work on the project, right? Like you have a whole group of folks that are cheering you on, going like, yeah, do that line work, that's awesome. You know, it's a different vibe. But a lot of the streamers that I personally follow are more like, I do cover educational streamers and then artists. I love watching artists just make stuff. So I'm kind of bummed that Sensational didn't have a clip, but a lot of good artists out there. Anyway, I'm rambling. We're on to chapter 45. Let's do that. Okay, let's see. Over here. You want to make more mature Ken doll model and then get outfit swaps. That'll be cool. I would love to see, forgive me if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, but Quirrell? I'd love to see more Quirrell, like an anthro Quirrell humanoid version, Lasada. I think that'll be really cool. I can guarantee I've not seen anything like it. Let's see. Sense and Sensibility, chapter 45, as I pop all of my knuckles. There we go. Eleanor, for some time after he left her, for some time even after the sound of his carriage had died away, remained too much oppressed by a crowd of ideas, wildly differing in themselves, but of which sadness was the general result, to think even of her sister. Willoughby, he whom only half an hour ago she had abhorred as the most worthless of men, still worthless. Willoughby, in spite of all his faults, excited a degree of commiseration for the sufferings produced by them, which made her think of him as now separated forever from her family with a tenderness, a regret, rather in proportion, as she soon acknowledged within herself, to his wishes than to his merits. Completely worthless. Bad man. Bad man. She felt that his influence over her mind was heightened by circumstances which ought not in reason to have weight, by that person of uncommon attraction, that open, affectionate, and lively manner which it was no merit to possess, and by that still ardent love for Marianne, which it was not even innocent to indulge. But she felt that it was so long before she could feel his influence less. Go, Eleanor. You know. When at last she returned to the unconscious Marianne, she found her just awakening, refreshed by so long and sweet a sleep, to the extent of her hopes. Eleanor's heart was full, the past, the present, the future, Willoughby's visit, Marianne's safety, and her mother's expected arrival, threw her altogether into an agitation of spirits, which kept off every indication of fatigue, and made her only fearful of betraying herself to her sister. Short was the time, however, in which that fear could affect her, for within half an hour after Willoughby's leaving the house, she was again called downstairs by the sound of another carriage. Eager to save her mother from every unnecessary moment's horrible suspense, she ran immediately into the hall and reached the outward door just in time to receive and support her as she entered it. Mrs. Dashwood, whose terror as they drew near the house had produced almost the conviction of Marianne's being no more, had no voice to inquire after her, no voice even for Eleanor, but she, waiting neither for salutation nor inquiry, instantly gave the joyful relief. Whew! What a relief. And her mother, catching it with all her usual warmth, was in a moment as overcome by her happiness as she had been before by her fears. She was supported into the drawing-room between her daughter and her friend, and there, shedding tears of joy, though still unable to speak, embraced Eleanor again and again, turning from her at intervals to press Colonel Brandon's hand with a look which spoke at once her gratitude and her conviction of his sharing with herself in the bliss of the moment. He shared it, however, in a silence even greater than her own. As soon as Mrs. Dashwood had recovered herself, to see Mary Ann was her first desire, and in 2 minutes she was with her beloved child, rendered dearer to her than ever by absence, unhappiness, and danger. Eleanor's delight, as she saw what each felt in the meeting, was only checked by an apprehension of its robbing Mary Ann of further sleep. But Mrs. Dashwood could be calm, could be even prudent, when the life of a child was at stake, and Mary Ann, satisfied in knowing her mother was near her, and conscious of being too weak for conversation, submitted readily to the silence and quiet prescribed by every nurse around her. Mrs. Dashwood would sit up with her all night, and Eleanor, in compliance with her mother's entreaty, went to bed. But the rest, which one night entirely sleepless and many hours of the most wearing anxiety seemed to make requisite, was kept off by irritation of spirits. Willoughby, poor Willoughby, as she now allowed herself to call him, she shouldn't, was constantly in her thoughts. She would not but have heard his vindication for the world, and now blamed, now acquitted herself for having judged him so harshly before. But her promise of relating it to her sister was invariably painful. She dreaded the performance of it, dreaded what its effect on Mary Ann might be, doubted whether after such an explanation she could ever be happy with another, and for a moment wished Willoughby a widower. Then, remembering Colonel Brandon, reproved herself, felt that to his sufferings and his constancy, far more than to his rivals, the reward of her sister was due, and wished anything rather than Mrs. Willoughby's death. The shock of Colonel Brandon's errand at Barton had been much softened to Mrs. Dashwood by her own previous alarm, for so great was her uneasiness about Mary Ann, that she had already determined to set out for Cleveland on that very day, without waiting for any farther intelligence, and had so far settled her journey before his arrival, that the Careys were then expected every moment to fetch Margaret away, as her mother was unwilling to take her where there might be infection. Mary Ann continued to mend every day, and the brilliant cheerfulness of Mrs. Dashwood's looks and spirits proved her to be, as she repeatedly declared herself, one of the happiest women in the world. Eleanor could not bear the declaration, nor witness its proofs, without sometimes wondering whether her mother even recollected Edward. But Mrs. Dashwood, trusting to the temperate account of her own disappointment, which Eleanor had sent her, was led away by the exuberance of her joy to think only of what would increase it. Mary Ann was restored to her from a danger in which, as she now began to feel her own mistaken judgment in encouraging the unfortunate attachment to Willoughby, had contributed to place her, and in her recovery she had yet another source of joy unthought of by Eleanor. It was thus imparted to her as soon as any opportunity of private conference between them occurred. At last we are alone. My Eleanor, you do not yet know all of my happiness. Colonel Brandon loves Mary Ann. He has told me so himself. Her daughter, feeling by turns both pleased and pained, surprised and not surprised, was all silent attention. You were never like me, dear Eleanor, or I should wonder at your composure now. Had I sat down to wish for any possible good to my family, I should have fixed on Colonel Brandon's marrying one of you as the object most desirable, and I believe Mary Ann will be the most happy with him of the two. Eleanor was half inclined to ask her reason for thinking so, because, satisfied that none founded on impartial consideration of their age, characters, or feelings, could be given. But her mother must always be carried away by her imagination on any interesting subject, and therefore, instead of an inquiry, she passed it off with a smile. He opened his whole heart to me yesterday as we traveled. It came out quite unawares, quite undesignedly. I, you may well believe, could talk of nothing but my child. He could not conceal his distress. I saw that it equaled my own, and he, perhaps thinking that mere friendship, as the world now goes, would not justify so warm a sympathy, or rather not thinking at all, I suppose, giving way to irresistible feelings, made me acquainted with his earnest, tender, constant affection for Marianne. He has loved her, my Eleanor, ever since the first moment of seeing her. Here, however, Eleanor perceived, not the language, not the professions of Colonel Brandon, but the natural embellishments of her mother's active fancy, which fashioned everything delightful to her as it chose. His regard for her were infinitely surpassing anything that Willoughby ever felt or feigned, as much more warm, as more sincere or constant. Whichever we are to call it, has subsisted through all the knowledge of dear Marianne's unhappy prepossession for the worthless young man. And without selfishness, without encouraging a hope, could he have seen her happy with another. Such a noble mind, such openness, such sincerity, no one can be deceived in him. Colonel Brandon's character, said Eleanor, as an excellent man, is well established. I know it is, replied her mother seriously, or after such a warning I should be the last to encourage such affection, or even to be pleased by it. But his coming for me as he did, with such active, such ready friendship, is enough to prove him one of the worthiest of men. His character, however, answered Eleanor, does not rest on one act of kindness, to which his affection for Marianne, were humanity out of the case, would have prompted him. To Mrs. Jennings, to the Middletons, he had been long and intimately known. They equally love and respect him, and even my knowledge of him, though lately acquired, is very considerable. And so highly do I value and esteem him, that if Marianne can be happy with him, I shall be as ready as yourself to think our connection the greatest blessing to us in the world. What answer did you give him? Did you allow him to hope? Oh, my love, I could not then talk of hope to him or to myself. Marianne might at that moment be dying, but he did not ask for hope or encouragement. His was an involuntary confidence, an irrepressible effusion to a soothing friend, not an application to a parent. Yet, after a time I did say, for at first I was quite overcome, that if she lived, as I trusted she might, my greatest happiness would lie in promoting their marriage. And since our arrival, since our delightful security, I have repeated it to him more fully, have given him every encouragement in my power. Time, a very little time, I tell him, will do everything. Marianne's heart is not to be wasted forever on such a man as Willoughby. His own merits must soon secure it. To judge from the Colonel's spirits, however, you have not yet made him equally sanguine. No. He thinks Marianne's affection too deeply rooted for any change in it under a great length of time. And even supposing her heart again free, is too diffident of himself to believe that with such a difference of age and disposition he could ever attach her. There, however, he is quite mistaken. His age is only so much beyond hers as to be an advantage, as to make his character and principles fixed, and his disposition, I am well convinced, is exactly the very one to make your sister happy. And his person, his manners too, are all in his favor. My partiality does not blind me. He certainly is not so handsome as Willoughby, but at the same time there is something much more pleasing in his countenance. There was always a something, if you remember, in Willoughby's eyes at times, which I did not like. Eleanor could not remember it, but her mother, without waiting for her assent, continued. Mind you, contextually, Marianne, I think at this time is 17, and Willoughby is like 35. So that's a huge gap. Like an insurmountable gap in my mind. So for the era, not so much, but now it's giving me the ew, ick. But you know, that was much more common in that era for a man to marry much younger. Well, I mean, Colonel Brandon is 35. Willoughby was in his 20s, so there was less of an age gap between them. Still not great, but like Colonel Brandon is, you know, only a few years younger than their mother. So you can't see my eyebrows up to my eye, like up to my hairline, but they're like woof. And his manners, the colonel's manners, are not only more pleasing to me than Willoughby's ever were, but they are of a kind I well know to be more solidly attaching to Marianne. Their gentleness, their genuine attention to other people, and their manly, unstudied simplicity is much more accordant with her real disposition than the liveliness, often artificial and often ill-timed, of the other. I am very sure myself that had Willoughby turned out as really amiable as he had proved himself the contrary, Marianne would yet never have been so happy with him as she will be with Colonel Brandon. She paused. Her daughter could not quite agree with her, but her dissent was not heard, and therefore gave no offence. At Delaford she will be within an easy distance of me, added Mrs. Dashwood. Even if I remain at Barton, and in all probability, for I hear it is a large village, indeed, there certainly must be some small house or cottage close by that would suit us quite as well as our present situation. Poor Eleanor! Here was a new scheme for getting her to Delaford, but her spirit was stubborn. His fortune, too, for at my time of life, you know, everybody cares about that. And though I neither know nor desire to know what it really is, I am sure it must be a good one. Here they were interrupted by the entrance of a third person, and Eleanor withdrew to think it all over in private, to wish success to her friend, and yet, in wishing it, to feel a pang for Willoughby. Ah, Lord help us all. Yeah, Mom is indeed scheming, Duquesne. Willoughby DiCaprio. Oh man, I'm reminded of that one line. I forget which movie it was, but it was like, one thing about high school girls, they always stay the same. I can't. Anyway, my head is too full of how Willoughby was talked Eleanor around, and that Colonel Brandon is like, I feel like that's a very complicated situation, because like Colonel Brandon is in love with Marianne because she reminds him of the woman he loved when he was a teenager that married his older brother. So like she had the same personality, she looks very similar, but his love married his brother, and it was a miserable relationship. Ah, Latu, yes. Oh man, those hydrated for Deans.
Water. Become.
Less sus. I think Colonel Brandon is putting too much of his love, like his lost love, into Marianne. I'll give you that. I do think his intentions are honorable. Like, he's never done anything inappropriate with Marianne. Yes, the man in the book, Colonel Brandon, not you, Lasada. You're not sus. But yeah, I don't know. There's just layers. There's a lot of separate layers and like character issues with everybody. I just like parts of Marianne, like at first especially, she drove me nuts. Her obsessive childlike love of Willoughby was super not healthy. Yeah, and then Colonel Brandon loving her from afar quietly with his mopey eyes. More snack? All the snack? I don't know that it was inappropriate because, like, the age difference was not an issue in that era. It is now. And it should have been then, but that's my own, opinion. I don't know. These girls should have had a season in London. They should have been going to balls, going to parties, meeting other eligible bachelors of their age. And instead, Marianne was obsessed with Willoughby. Eleanor was obsessed with Marianne not getting in trouble. I think sound alerts is a little scuffy anyway. So that's probably all that it is. But yeah. We are at a point right now where I am gonna have to run an ad break. We're kind of in between chapters where we read 34, we read 35, or yeah, 44, 45, 43, 44, 45. So we'll go on a short ad break. I'll use the restroom, refill my water bottle, and then when I come back, we'll cook through another few chapters. But we are finishing this by today. We've got about 30 some odd pages left. It's hard to paint other cultures and times with our own moral brushes because it's so hard to say if it would have agreed then or not in earnest. It's true. I mean, this is several hundred years ago, right? Like, the morality of a 30-something, 40-something-year-old man dating and marrying a teenage girl was very common, right? Because, well, women died in childbirth all the time, so young and healthy and breedable, was kind of the common problem, but once a woman married, then, she would probably pop out a kid every year or every couple of years. Unless, she was sensible and yeah, that is the word. Different times. Anyway, I will be right back, you guys. So hang tight and we'll get through an ad break and we'll get started on chapter 46 when I return. Un momento. Okay, we are back. All right. We are down to the nitty-gritty here, so I'm just full of nostalgia and sadness. We're probably have to go through at least one more ad break before we get through the last of the book, but hey, Fallen. Let's see here. That reminds me, I should look at the properties of this. There we go. That should do it. Ah, thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right. So we are on to chapter 46 of Sense and Sensibility. Marianne's illness, though weakening in its kind, had not been long enough to make her recovery slow. You'll be missed, Losada. Have a good day. And with youth, natural strength, and her mother's presence in aid, it proceeded so smoothly as to enable her to remove within 4 days after the arrival of the latter into Mrs. Palmer's dressing room. When there, at her own particular request, for she was impatient to pour forth her thanks to him for fetching her mother, Colonel Brandon was invited to visit her. His emotion in entering the room, in seeing her altered looks, and in receiving the pale hand which she immediately held out to him, was such as in Eleanor's conjecture must arise from something more than his affection for Marianne, or the consciousness of its being known to others. And she soon discovered in his melancholy eye and varying complexion as he looked at her sister the probable recurrence of many past scenes of misery to his mind, brought back by that resemblance between Marianne and Eliza already acknowledged, and now strengthened by the hollow eye, the sickly skin, the posture of reclining weakness, and the warm acknowledgment of peculiar obligation. Mrs. Dashwood, not less watchful of what passed than her daughter, but with a mind very differently influenced, and therefore watching to very different effect, saw nothing in the colonel's behavior but what arose from the most simple and self-evident sensations, while in the actions and words of Marianne she persuaded herself to think that something more than gratitude already dawned. At the end of another day or two, Marianne growing visibly stronger every 12 hours, Mrs. Dashwood, urged equally by her own and her daughter's wishes, began to talk of removing to Barton. On her measures depended those of her two friends. Mrs. Jennings could not quit Cleveland during the Dashwood stay, and Colonel Brandon was soon brought by their united request to consider his own abode there as equally determinate, if not equally indispensable. At his and Mrs. Jennings' united request in return, Mrs. Dashwood was prevailed on to accept the use of his carriage on her journey back, for the better accommodation of her sick child. And the Colonel, at the joint invitation of Mrs. Dashwood and Mrs. Jennings, whose active good nature made her friendly and hospitable for other people as well as herself, engaged with pleasure to redeem it by a visit at the cottage in the course of a few weeks. Mind you, their youngest sister, Margaret, I believe, is alone with the servants at their cottage, and who knows how long she's been alone. The day of separation and departure arrived, and Marianne, after taking so particular and lengthened a leave of Mrs. Jennings, one so earnestly grateful, so full of respect and kind wishes as seemed due to her own heart from a secret knowledge of past inattention, and bidding Colonel Brandon farewell with the cordiality of a friend, was carefully assisted by him into the carriage, of which he seemed anxious that she should engross at least half. Mrs. Dashwood and Eleanor then followed, and the others were left by themselves to talk of the travelers and feel their own dullness, till Mrs. Jennings was summoned to her chaise to take comfort in the gossip of her maid for the loss of her 2 young companions, and Colonel Brandon immediately afterwards took his solitary way to Delaford. The Dashwoods were 2 days on the road, and Marianne bore her journey on both without essential fatigue. Everything that the most zealous affection, the most solicitous care could do to render her comfortable was the office of each watchful companion, and each found their reward in her bodily ease and her calmness of spirits. To Elinor, the observation of the latter was particularly grateful. She, who had seen her week after week so constantly suffering, oppressed by anguish of heart which she had neither courage to speak of nor fortitude to conceal, now saw, with a joy which no other could equally share, an apparent composure of mind, which, in being the result, as she trusted, of serious reflection, must eventually lead her to contentment and cheerfulness. As they approached Barton, indeed, and entered on scenes of which every field and every tree brought some peculiar, in reflection. As they approached Barton, indeed, and entered on scenes of which every field and every tree brought some peculiar, some painful recollection, she grew silent and thoughtful, and turning away her face from their notice, sat earnestly gazing through the window. But here Elinor could neither wonder nor blame, and when she saw, as she assisted Marianne from the carriage, that she had been crying, she saw only an emotion too natural in itself to raise anything less tender than pity, and in its unobtrusiveness, entitled to praise. In the whole of her subsequent manner she traced the direction of a mind awakened to reasonable exertion. For no sooner had they entered their common sitting-room than Marianne turned her eyes around it with a look of resolute firmness, as if determined at once to accustom herself to the sight of every object with which the remembrance of Willoughby could be connected. She said little, but every sentence aimed at cheerfulness, and though a sigh sometimes escaped her, it never passed away without the atonement of a smile. After dinner she would try her pianoforte. She went to it, but the music on which her eye first rested was an opera procured for her by Willoughby, containing some of their favorite duets, and bearing on its outward leaf her own name in his handwriting. That would not do. She shook her head, put the music aside, and after running over the keys for a minute, complained of feebleness in her fingers, and closed the instrument again, declaring, however, with firmness as she did so, that she should in future practice much. Yeah, everything there would remind her of him. The next morning produced no abatement in these happy symptoms. On the contrary, with the mind and body alike strengthened by rest, she looked and spoke with more genuine spirit, anticipating the pleasure of Margaret's return. I'm guessing Margaret was away, probably under the guidance of someone else. I mean, Margaret was much younger. I think Eleanor 19 to Marianne 16, 17, and Margaret was, I think, 12, 13. So she was probably not alone. It sounds like they sent her away for care while Mom went to go visit them. And talking of the dear family party which would then be restored, of their mutual pursuits and cheerful society as the only happiness worth a wish. When the weather is settled, and I have recovered my strength, said she, we will take long walks together every day. We will walk to the farm at the edge of the town, and see how the children go on. We will walk to Sir John's new plantation at Barton Cross and the Abbey land, and we will often go to the old ruins of the Priory, and try to trace its foundation as far as we are told they once reached. I know we shall be happy. I know the summer will pass happily away. I mean never to be later in rising than 6, and from that time till dinner I shall divide every moment between music and reading. I have formed my plan, and am determined to enter on a course of serious study. Our own library is too well known to me to be resorted to for anything beyond mere amusement. But there are many works well worth reading at the park, and there are others of more modern production which I know I can borrow of Colonel Brandon. By reading only 6 hours a day, I shall gain in the course of a 12-month a great deal of instruction which I now feel myself to want. Eleanor honored her for a plan which originated so nobly as this, though smiling to see the same eager fancy which had been leading her to the extreme of languid indolence and selfish repining, now at work in introducing excess into a scheme of such rational employment and virtuous self-control. Her smile, however, changed to a sigh when she remembered that her promise to Willoughby was yet unfulfilled, and feared she had that to communicate which might again unsettle the mind of Marianne, and ruin at least for a time this fair prospect of busy tranquillity. Willing therefore to delay the evil hour, she resolved to wait till her sister's health were more secure, before she appointed it. But the resolution was made only to be broken. Marianne had been 2 or 3 days at home before the weather was fine enough for an invalid like herself to venture out. But at last a soft, genial morning appeared, such as might tempt the daughter's wishes and the mother's confidence, and Marianne, leaning on Eleanor's arm, was authorized to walk as long as she could without fatigue, in the lane before the house. The sisters set out at a pace slow as the feebleness of Marianne, in an exercise hitherto untried since her illness required. And they had advanced only so far beyond the house as to admit a full view of the hill, the important hill, behind, when, pausing with her eyes turned towards it, Marianne calmly said, "There, exactly there," pointing with one hand, "on that projecting mound, there I fell, and there I first saw Willoughby." Her voice sunk with the word, but presently reviving, she added, "I am thankful to find that I can look with so little pain on the spot. Shall we ever talk on that subject, Eleanor?" Hesitatingly it was said. "Or will it be wrong? I can talk of it now, I hope, as I ought to do." Eleanor tenderly invited her to be open. "As for regret," said Marianne, "I have done with that. As far as he is concerned, I do not mean to talk to you of what my feelings have been for him, but what they are now. At present, if I could be satisfied on one point, if I could be allowed to think that he was not always acting a part, not always deceiving me, but above all, if I could be assured that he never was so very wicked as my fears have sometimes fancied him, since the story of that unfortunate girl—" She stopped. Eleanor joyfully treasured her words as she answered, "If you could be assured of that, you think you should be easy?" "Yes. My peace of mind is doubly involved in it, for not only is it horrible to suspect a person who has been what he has been to me of such designs, but what must it make me to appear myself? What in a situation like mine but a most shamefully unguarded affection could expose me to?" "How then," asked her sister, "would you account for his behavior?" "I would suppose him— oh, how gladly would I suppose him only fickle, very, very fickle." Eleanor said no more. She was debating within herself on the eligibility of beginning her story directly, or postponing it till Marianne were in stronger health, and they crept on for a few minutes in silence. "I am not wishing him too much good," said Marianne, at last with a sigh, "when I wish his secret reflections may be no more unpleasant than my own. He will suffer enough in them." "Do you compare your conduct with this, with his?" "No, I compare it with what it ought to have been. I compare it with yours." Our situations have borne little resemblance. They have borne more than our conduct. Do not, my dearest Eleanor, let your kindness defend
Fur
what I
can
know
walk
your
just
judgment must
followed.
censure. For it can walk. Welcome in, and thank you for joining the Libra Files. No, I compare it with what it ought to have been. I compare it with yours. Our situations have borne little resemblance. They have borne more than our conduct. Do not, my dearest Eleanor, let your kindness defend what I know your judgment must censure. Thank you. It's a good one. My illness has made me think it has given me leisure and calmness for serious recollection. Long before I was enough recovered to talk, I was perfectly able to reflect. I considered the past I saw in my own behavior since the beginning of our acquaintance with him last autumn. Nothing but a series of imprudence towards myself and want of kindness to others. I saw that my own feelings had prepared my sufferings, and that my want of fortitude under them had almost led me to the grave. My illness, I well knew, had been entirely brought on by myself, by such negligence of my own health as I felt even at the time to be wrong. Had I died, it would have been self-destruction. I did not know my danger till the danger was removed, but with such feelings as these reflections gave, I wonder at my recovery, wonder that the very eagerness of my desire to live, to have time for atonement to my God and to you all, did not kill me at once. Had I died, in what peculiar misery should I have left you, my nurse, my friend, my sister? You, who had seen all the fretful selfishness of my latter days, who had known all the murmurings of my heart, how should I have lived in your remembrance? My mother, too, how could you have consoled her? I cannot express my own abhorrence of myself. Whenever I looked towards the past, I saw some duty neglected or some failing indulged. Everybody seemed injured by me. The kindness, the unceasing kindness of Mrs. Jennings, I had repaid with ungrateful contempt. To the Middletons, the Palmers, the Steeles, to every common acquaintance even, I had been insolent and unjust. With an heart hardened against their merits, and a temper irritated by their very attention. To John, to Fanny, yes, even to them, little as they deserve, I had given less than their due. But you above all, above my mother, had been wronged by me. I, and only I, knew your heart and its sorrow, yet to what did it influence me? Not to any compassion that could benefit you or myself. Your example was before me, but to what avail? Was I more considerate of you and your comfort? Did I imitate your forbearance, or lessen your comfort, or lessen your restraints? By taking any part in those offices of general complacence, or particular gratitude, which you had hitherto been left to discharge alone? No, not less when I knew you to be unhappy than when I had believed you at ease. Did I turn away from every exertion of duty, of friendship, scarcely allowed sorrow to exist but with me, regretting only that heart which deserted and wronged me, and leaving you, for whom I professed an unbounded affection, to be miserable for my sake? Here ceased the rapid flow of her self-reproving spirit, and Eleanor, impatient to soothe, though too honest to flatter, gave her instantly that praise and support which her frankness and her contrition so well deserved. Marianne pressed her hand and replied, "You are very good. The future must be my proof. I have laid down my plan, and if I am capable of adhering to it, my feelings shall be governed and my temper improved. They shall no longer worry others, nor torture myself. I shall now live solely for my family. You, my mother, and Margaret must henceforth be all the world to me. You will share my affections entirely between you. From my home, I shall never again have the smallest incitement to move. And if I do mix in other society, it will be only to shew that my spirit is humbled, my heart amended, and that I can practice the civilities, the lesser duties of life, with gentleness and forbearance. As for Willoughby, to say that I shall soon or that I shall ever forget him would be idle. His remembrance can be overcome by no change of circumstances or opinions, but it shall be regulated, it shall be checked by religion, by reason, by constant employment. She paused and added in a lower voice, "If I could but know his heart, everything would become easy." Dun dun dun. Elinor, who had now been some time reflecting on the propriety or impropriety of speedily hazarding her narration, without feeling at all nearer decision than at first, heard this, and perceiving that as a reflection did nothing, resolution must do all, soon found herself leading to the fact. She managed the recital, as she hoped, with address, prepared her anxious listener with caution, related simply and honestly the chief points on which Willoughby grounded his apology, did justice to his repentance, and softened only his protestations of present regard. Marianne said not a word. She trembled. Her eyes were fixed on the ground, and her lips became whiter than even sickness had left them. 1,000 inquiries sprung up from her heart, but she dared not urge one. She caught every syllable with panting eagerness. Her hand, unknowing to herself, closely pressed her sister's, and tears covered her cheeks. Elinor, dreading her being tired, led her towards home, until they reached the door of the cottage, easily conjecturing with her curiosity what her curiosity must be, though no question was suffered to speak it, talked of nothing but Willoughby, and their conversation together, and was carefully minute in every particular of speech and look, where minuteness could be safely indulged. As soon as they entered the house, Marianne, with a kiss of gratitude, and these 2 words, just articulate through her tears, "Tell mamma," withdrew from her sister and walked slowly upstairs. Elinor would not attempt to disturb a solitude so reasonable as what she now sought, and with a mind anxiously prearranging its results, and a resolution of reviving the subject again, should Marianne fail to do it, she turned into the parlor to fulfill her parting injunction. She took that better than I thought she would. I'll tell you that much. Okay. We are between chapters. Remember, hydrate, caffeinate, grab a snack, do whatever it is you need to. Big stretch. To unbanana yourselves. No shrimp, no banana. Stretch. Relax, take it easy, curl up with a blanket if you need to. And we are on to the next chapter. We are on to 47 of 50. There we go. These last couple chapters seem to be much shorter, so they seem to be a little faster. I mean, a 5-page chapter versus a 20-page chapter is a bit different. Thank you for the head pats. Chapter 47. Mrs. Dashwood did not hear unmoved the vindication of her former favorite. She rejoiced in his being cleared from some part of his imputed guilt. She was sorry for him. She wished him happy. But the feelings of the past could not be recalled. Nothing could restore him with a faith unbroken, a character unblemished to Marianne. Nothing could do away the knowledge of what the latter had suffered through his means, nor remove the guilt of his conduct towards Eliza. Nothing could replace him, therefore, in her former esteem, nor injure the interest of Colonel Brandon. Had Mrs. Dashwood, like her daughter, heard Willoughby's story from himself, had she witnessed his distress and been under the influence of his countenance and his manner, it is probable that her compassion would have been greater. But it was neither in Elinor's power nor in her wish to rouse such feelings in another by her retailed explanation, as had at first been called forth in herself. Reflection had given calmness to her judgment and sobered her own opinion of Willoughby's deserts. And she wished, therefore, to declare only the simple truth, lay open such facts as were readily due to his character, without any embellishment of tenderness to lead the fancy astray. In the evening, when they were all there together, Marianne began voluntarily to speak of him again, but that it was not without an effort. The restless, unquiet thoughtfulness in which she had been for some time previously sitting, her rising color as she spoke, and her unsteady voice plainly shewed. "I wish to assure you both," said she, "that I see everything, as you can desire me to do." Mrs. Dashwood would have interrupted her instantly with soothing tenderness, had not Elinor, who really wished to hear her sister's unbiased opinion, by an eager sign engaged her silence. Marianne slowly continued. "It is a great relief to me, what Elinor told me this morning. I have now heard exactly what I wished to hear." For some moments her voice was lost, but recovering herself, she added, and with greater calmness than before, "I am now perfectly satisfied. I wish for no change. I never could have been happy with him after knowing, as sooner or later I must have known all this. I should have had no confidence, no esteem. Nothing could have done it away to my feelings." "I know it. I know it," cried her mother. "Happy with a man of libertine practices, with one who had so injured the peace of the dearest of our friends and the best of men. No, my Marian has not a heart to be made happy by such a man. Her conscience, her sensitive conscience, would have felt all that the conscience of her husband ought to have felt." Marian sighed and repeated, "I wish for no change." "You consider the matter," said Elinor, "exactly as a good mind
Drink
and a sound..."
water. Become
Hydrating. "You consider the matter," said Elinor, "exactly as a good mind and a sound understanding must consider it, and I dare say you perceive, as well as myself, not only in this, but in many other circumstances, reason enough to be convinced that your marriage must have involved you in many certain troubles and disappointments in which you would have been poorly supported by an affection on his side much less certain. Had you married, you must have been always poor. His expensiveness is acknowledged even by himself, and his whole conduct declares that self-denial is a word hardly understood by him. His demands and your inexperience together on a small, very small income must have brought on distresses which would not be the less grievous to you from having been entirely unknown and unthought of before. Your sense of honor and honesty would have led you, I know, when aware of your situation, to attempt all the economy that would appear to you possible, and perhaps, as long as your frugality retrenched only on your own comfort, you might have been suffered to practice it. But beyond that, and how little could the utmost of your single management do to stop the ruin which had begun before your marriage? Beyond that, had you endeavored, however reasonably, to abridge his enjoyments, is it not to be feared that instead of prevailing on feelings so selfish to consent to it, you would have lessened your own influence on his heart and made him regret the connection which had involved him in such difficulties?" Marianne's lips quivered, and she repeated the word selfish in a tone that implied, "Do you really think him selfish?" The whole of his behavior, replied Eleanor, from the beginning to the end of the affair, has been grounded on selfishness. It was selfishness which first made him sport with your affections, which afterwards, when his own were engaged, made him delay the confession of it, and which finally carried him from Barton. His own enjoyment, or his own ease, was in every particular his ruling principle. It is very true. My happiness never was his object. At present, continued Eleanor, he regrets what he has done, and why does he regret it? Because he finds he has not answered towards himself. It has not made him happy. His circumstances are now unembarrassed. He suffers from no evil of that kind, and he thinks only that he has married a woman of a less amiable temper than yourself. But does it thence follow that, had he married you, he would have been happy? The inconveniences would have been different. He would have suffered under the pecuniary. That's a word. Pecuniary, relating to or consisting of money. Pecuniary. That's the word. Ha. Word. Pecuniary. He would have then suffered under the pecuniary. Yeah. Thank you, Gringet. Also, hi. Haven't seen you in a minute. He would then have suffered under the pecuniary distresses which, because they are removed, he now reckons as nothing. He would have had a wife of whose temper he could make no complaint. But he would have been always necessitous, always poor, and probably would soon have learnt to rank the innumerable comforts of a clear estate and good income as of far more importance even to domestic happiness than the mere temper of a wife. I have not a doubt of it, said Marianne, and I have nothing to regret, nothing but my own folly. Rather say your mother's imprudence, my child, said Mrs. Dashwood. She must be answerable. Marianne would not let her proceed, and Eleanor, satisfied that each felt their own error, wished to avoid any survey of the past that might weaken her sister's spirits. She, therefore, pursuing the first subject, immediately continued. One observation may, I think, be fairly drawn from the whole of the story, that all Willoughby's difficulties have arisen from the first offence against virtue in his behaviour to Eliza Williams. That crime has been the origin of every lesser one, and of all his present discontents. Marianne assented most feelingly to the remark, and her mother was led by it to an enumeration of Colonel Brandon's injuries and merits, warm as friendship and design could unitedly dictate. Her daughter did not look, however, as if much of it were heard by her. Eleanor, according to her expectation, saw on the 2 or 3 following days that Marianne did not continue to gain strength as she had done. But while her resolution was unsubdued, and she still tried to appear cheerful and easy, her sister could safely trust to the effect of time upon her health. Margaret returned, and the family were again all restored to each other, again quietly settled at the cottage, and if not pursuing their usual studies with quite so much vigor as when they first came to Barton, at least planning a vigorous prosecution of them in future. Eleanor grew impatient for some tidings of Edward. She had heard nothing of him since her leaving London, nothing new of his plans, nothing certain even of his present abode. Some letters had passed between her and her brother, in consequence of Marianne's illness, and in the first of John's there had been this sentence: "We know nothing of our unfortunate Edward, and can make no inquiries on so prohibited a subject, but conclude him to be still at Oxford," which was all the intelligence of Edward afforded her by the correspondence, for his name was not even mentioned in any of the succeeding letters. She was not doomed. however, to be long in ignorance of his measures. Their manservant had been sent one morning to Exeter on business, and when, as he waited at table, he had satisfied the inquiries of his mistress as to the event of his errand, this was his voluntary communication. "I suppose you know, ma'am, that Mr. Ferrars is married?" Marianne gave a violent start, fixed her eyes upon Eleanor, saw her turning pale. "One second. My mom just called me. Un momento." All right, I texted her back and we'll see what she has to say. All right, back to it. "I suppose you know, ma'am, that Mr. Ferrars is married." Marianne gave a violent start, fixed her eyes upon Eleanor, saw her turning pale, and fell back in her chair in hysterics. Mrs. Dashwood, whose eyes, as she answered the servant's inquiry, had intuitively taken the same direction, was shocked to perceive by Eleanor's countenance how much she really suffered, and in a moment afterwards, alike distressed by Marianne's situation, knew not on which child to bestow her principal attention. The servant, who saw only that Miss Marianne was taken ill, had sense enough to call one of the maids, who, with Mrs. Dashwood's assistance, supported her into the other room. By that time Marianne was rather better, and her mother, leaving her to the care of Margaret and the maid, returned to Eleanor, who, though still much disordered, had so far recovered the use of her reason and voice as to be just beginning an inquiry of Thomas as to the source of his intelligence. Mrs. Dashwood immediately took all that trouble on herself, and Eleanor had the benefit of the information without the exertion of seeking it. Welcome in, Brem MC. Yes, enjoy the emotes. I believe you were one of the benefactors of Hikara's Austen generosity. "Who told you that Mr. Ferrars was married, Thomas?" "I see Mr. Ferrars myself, ma'am, this morning in Exeter, and his lady too, Miss Steele, as was. They was stopping in a chaise at the door of the New London Inn as I went there with a message from Sally at the Park to her brother, who is one of the post boys. I happened to look up as I went by the chaise, and so I see directly it was the youngest Miss Steele. So I took off my hat, and she knew me and called to me and inquired after you, ma'am, and the young ladies, especially Miss Marianne, and bid me I should give her compliments and Mr. Ferrars their best compliments and service, and how sorry they had not time to come. They had not time to come on and see you, but they was in a great hurry to go forwards, for they was going further. Oh, the way this is written. Ugh. For they was going further down for a little while. But howsever, when they come back, they'd make sure to come and see you. Oof. But did she tell you she was married, Thomas? Yes, ma'am. She smiled and said how she had changed her name since she was in these parts. She was always a very affable and free-spoken young lady, and very civil behaved, so I made free to wish her joy. Was Mr. Ferrars in the carriage with her? Yes, ma'am. I just see him leaning back in it, but he did not look up. He never was a gentleman much for talking. Eleanor's heart could easily account for his not putting himself forward, and Mrs. Dashwood probably found the same explanation. Was there no one else in the carriage? No, ma'am. Only they two. Do you know where they came from? They come straight from town, as Miss Lucy, Mrs. Farrar, told me, and are going farther westward. Yes, ma'am, but not to bide long. They will soon be back again, and they'd be sure and call here. Mrs. Dashwood now looked at her daughter, but Elinor knew better than to expect them. She recognized the whole of Lucy in the message, and was very confident that Edward would never come near them. She observed in a low voice to her mother that they were probably going down to Mr. Pratt's near Plymouth. Thomas's intelligence seemed over. Elinor looked as if she wished to hear more. Did you see them off before they came away? No, ma'am. The horses was just coming out, but I could not bide any longer. I was afraid of being late. Did Mrs. Ferrars look well? Yes, ma'am. She said how she was very well, and to my mind she was always a very handsome young lady, and she seemed vastly contented. Mrs. Dashwood could think of no other question, and Thomas and the tablecloth, now alike needless, were soon after dismissed. Marianne had already sent to say that she should eat nothing more. Mrs. Dashwood's and Elinor's appetites were equally lost, and Margaret might think herself very well off. That with so much uneasiness as both her sisters had lately experienced, so much reason as they had often had to be careless of the meals, she had never been obliged to go without her dinner before. When the dessert and the wine were arranged, and Mrs. Dashwood and Elinor were left to themselves, they remained long together in a similarity of thoughtfulness and silence. Mrs. Dashwood feared to hazard any remark, and ventured not to offer consolation. She now found that she had erred in relying on Elinor's representation of herself, and justly concluded that everything had been expressly softened at the time to spare her from an increase of unhappiness, suffering as she then had suffered for Marianne. She found that she had been misled by the careful, the considerate attention of her daughter, to think the attachment which once she had so well understood much slighter in reality than they had been wont to believe, or than it was now proved to be. She feared that under the persuasion she had been unjust, inattentive, nay, almost unkind to her Elinor, that Marianne's affliction, because more acknowledged more immediately before her, had too much engrossed her tenderness, and led her away to forget that in Elinor she might have a daughter suffering almost as much, certainly with less provocation and greater fortitude. Okay. A couple more chapters in. I'm going to go ahead and give my mom a ring back because it has to do with a sick relative, and it will be about, I'm going to take like 3-5 minutes. So when I'm come back, we'll go ahead and finish the book. But in the meantime, I can do another ad break, and then we shouldn't have to have any more ads for the rest of the stream. So hang tight, you guys. I will be right back. Mic, test. Try it again. Bop. Domo arigato. Yay! Okay, we're good. All right, let's start it up. Thanks, guys. Chapter 48. Eleanor now found the difference between the expectation of an unpleasant event, however certain the mind may be told to consider it, and certainty itself. She now found that in spite of herself she had always admitted a hope, while Edward remained single, that something would occur to prevent his marrying Lucy, that some resolution of his own, some mediation of friends, or some more eligible opportunity of establishment for the lady would arise to assist the happiness of all. But he was now married, and she condemned her heart for the lurking flattery, which so much heightened the pain of the intelligence that he should be married so soon before, as she imagined, he could be in orders, and consequently before he could be in possession of the living, surprised her a little at first. But she soon saw how likely it was that Lucy, in her self-provident care, in her haste to secure him, should overlook everything but the risk of delay. They were married in town, and now hastening down to her uncle's. What had Edward felt on being within 4 miles of Barton, on seeing her mother's servant, on hearing Lucy's message? Thank you for the words of encouragement from MC. They would soon, she supposed, be settled at Delaford, that place in which so much conspired to give her an interest, which she wished to be acquainted with, and yet desired to avoid. She saw them in an instant in their parsonage house, saw in Lucy the active, contriving manager, uniting at once a desire of smart appearance with the utmost frugality, and, ashamed to be suspected of half her economical practices, pursuing her own interest in every thought, courting the favor of Colonel Brandon, of Mrs. Jennings, and of every wealthy friend. In Edward she knew not what she saw, nor what she wished to see. Happy or unhappy, nothing pleased her. She turned away her head from every sketch of him. Eleanor flattered herself that someone of their connections in London would write to them to announce the event, and give farther particulars, but day after day passed off, and brought no letter, no tidings. Though uncertain that anyone were to blame, she found fault with every absent friend. They were all thoughtless or indolent. "When do you write to Colonel Brandon, ma'am?" was an inquiry which sprung from the impatience of her mind to have something going on. "I wrote to him, my love, last week, and rather expect to see than to hear from him again. I earnestly pressed his coming to us, and should not be surprised to see him walk in today or tomorrow or any day." This was gaining something to look forward to. Colonel Brandon must have some information to give. Scarcely had she so determined it, when the figure of a man on horseback drew her eye to the window. He stopped at their gate. It was a gentleman. It was Colonel Brandon himself. Now she should hear more, and she trembled in expectation of it. But it was not Colonel Brandon. Neither his air nor his height. Were it possible she should say it must be Edward. She looked again. He had just dismounted. She could not be mistaken. It was Edward. She moved away and sat down. "He comes from Mr. Pratt's purposely to see us. I will be calm. I will be mistress of myself." In a moment she perceived that the others were likewise aware of the mistake. She saw her mother and Marianne change color, saw them look at herself and whisper a few sentences to each other. She would have given the world to be able to speak, and to make them understand that she hoped no coolness, no slight would appear in their behavior to him. But she had no utterance, and was obliged to leave all to their own discretion. Oh, Churros, welcome in. You're awake to see my. Okay, awesome. Everyone, if you're not already familiar with Churros Boson, they're actually one of the designers that they did all of my panels for my channel, and also they're on VGen. I think I originally found Churros on Twitter. I just really admire their style. They have a really cute chibi style, and then I like their kind of in between chibi, real like character design. If you're not already following Churros, I highly recommend them. Give a shout out to Churros Boson. Might even get to see a clip. Sometimes they stream their work on Twitch. Maybe not. Maybe.
I was avoiding that. I didn't want. I'm sorry. I don't want a. I don't want a horse as a husband. He can be hung like a horse, but should he be a horse? Nope. Nah.
You could. Not this clip. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Twitch Guru puts polls clips from, I don't know. It's like it's got its own archive of. I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't know where Twitch pulls those clips from. Honestly, it's its own creature. In fact, I think I saw Red Lethal Panda had a clip came up when he used to do face cam. He's like, "Where did you find that?" I'm like, "I didn't. It does." It's got its own archive of information and clips. I'm sure I'll dread some of the clips that'll come up for me. But yes, Churros also did my gingerbread Christmas design that I'll bring back out again come December. They might actually pull the worst clips possible. I don't think you're wrong. But yes, check out Churros Boson. Like I said, great artist, good friend, and the creator of my panels and my Christmas gingerbread PNG tuber. So, I'm sorry for wandering off subject again. Here we go. Churros, thank you for joining us, and please enjoy the story. Not a syllable passed aloud. They all waited in silence for the appearance of their visitor. His footsteps were heard along the gravel path. In a moment he was in the passage, and in another he was before them. His countenance as he entered the room was not too happy even for Eleanor. His complexion was white with agitation, and he looked as if fearful of his reception, and conscious that he merited no kind one. Mrs. Dashwood, however, conforming as she trusted to the wishes of that daughter by whom she then meant, in the warmth of her heart, to be guided in everything, met him with a look of forced complacency, gave him her hand, and wished him joy. He colored and stammered out an unintelligible reply. Eleanor's lips had moved with her mother's, and when the moment of action was over, she wished that she had shaken hands with him too. But it was then too late, and with a countenance meaning to be opened, she sat down again and talked of the weather. Marianne had retreated as much as possible out of sight, to conceal her distress, and Margaret, understanding some part, but not the whole of the case, thought it incumbent on her to be dignified, and therefore took a seat as far from him as she could, and maintained a strict silence. When Eleanor had ceased to rejoice in the dryness of the season, a very awful pause took place. It was put an end to by Mrs. Dashwood, who felt obliged to hope that he had left Mrs. Ferrars very well. In a hurried manner he replied in the affirmative. Another pause. Eleanor, resolving to exert herself, though fearing the sound of her own voice, now said, "Is Mrs. Ferrars at Longstaple?" "At Longstaple?" he replied, with an air of surprise. "No, my mother is in town." "I meant," said Eleanor, taking up some work from the table, "to inquire after Mrs. Edward Ferrars." She dared not look up, but her mother and Marianne both turned their eyes on him. He colored, seemed perplexed, looked doubtingly, and after some hesitation said, "Perhaps you mean My brother, you mean Mrs. Robert Ferrars? Mrs. Robert Ferrars, was repeated by Marianne and her mother in an accent of the utmost amazement, and though Eleanor could not speak, even her eyes were fixed on him with the same impatient wonder. He rose from his seat and walked to the window, apparently from not knowing what to do, took up a pair of scissors that lay there, and while spoiling both them and their sheath by cutting the latter to pieces as he spoke, said in an hurried voice, "Perhaps you do not know, you may not have heard, that my brother is lately married to the youngest, to Miss Lucy Steele." His words were echoed with unspeakable astonishment by all but Eleanor, who sat with her head leaning over her work in a state of such agitation as made her hardly know where she was. "Yes," said he, "they were married last week and are now at Dawlish." Eleanor could sit it no longer. She almost ran out of the room, and as soon as the door was closed, burst into tears of joy, which at first she thought would never cease. Edward, who had till then looked anywhere rather than at her, saw her hurry away, and perhaps saw or even heard her emotion, for immediately afterwards he fell into a reverie, with which no remarks, no inquiries, no affectionate address of Mrs. Dashwood could penetrate, and at last, without saying a word, quitted the room, and walked out towards the village, leaving the others in the greatest astonishment and perplexity on a change in his situation so wonderful and so sudden, a perplexity which they had no means of lessening but by their own conjectures. This feels like an M. Night Shyamalan twist. Like, what? How? Quoi? Pourquoi? How did we get here? Like, what? I'm shook. I'm shooketh. My goodness. All right. Makes me want to drive on to the next chapter as soon as possible. Chapter 49. Unaccountable. However, as the circumstances of his release might appear to the whole family, it was certain that Edward was free. And to what purpose that freedom would be employed was easily predetermined by all, for after experiencing the blessings of one imprudent engagement contracted without his mother's consent, as he had already done for more than 4 years, nothing less could be expected of him in the failure of that than the immediate contraction of another. His errand at Barton, in fact, was a simple one. It was only to ask Eleanor to marry him, and considering that he was not altogether inexperienced in such a question, it might be strange that he should feel so uncomfortable in the present case as he really did, so much in need of encouragement and fresh air. How soon he had walked himself into the proper resolution! However, how soon an opportunity of exercising it occurred, in what manner he expressed himself, and how he was received, need not be particularly told. This only needed be said, that when they all sat down to table at 4 o'clock, about 3 hours after his arrival, he had secured his lady, engaged her mother's consent, and was not only in the rapturous profession of the lover, but in the reality of reason and truth one of the happiest of men. His situation, indeed, was more than commonly joyful. He had more than the ordinary triumph of accepted love to swell his heart and raise his spirits. He was released, without any reproach to himself, from an entanglement which had long formed his misery, from a woman whom he had long ceased to love, and elevated at once to that security with another, which he must have thought of almost with despair. As soon as he had learnt to consider it with desire, he was brought, not from doubt or suspense, but from misery to happiness, and the change was openly spoken in such a genuine, flowing, grateful cheerfulness as his friends had never witnessed in him before. His heart was now open to Eleanor, all its weaknesses, all its errors confessed, and his first boyish attachment to Lucy treated with all the philosophic dignity of 24. "It was foolish, idle inclination on my side," said he, the consequence of ignorance of the world and want of employment. Had my mother given me some active profession when I was removed at 18 from the care of Mr. Pratt, I think, nay, I am sure it would never have happened. For though I left Longstaple with what I thought at the time a most unconquerable preference for his niece, yet had I then had any pursuit, any object to engage my time and keep me at a distance from her for a few months, I should very soon have outgrown the fancied attachment, especially by mixing more with the world, as in such a case I must have done. But instead of having anything to do, instead of having any profession chosen for me, or being allowed to choose any myself, I returned home to be completely idle. And for the first 12 months afterwards I had not even the nominal employment which belonged to the university would have given me, for I was not entered at Oxford till I was 19. I had therefore nothing in the world to do but to fancy myself in love, and as my mother did not make my home in every respect comfortable, as I had no friend, no companion in my brother, and disliked new acquaintance, it was not unnatural for me to be very often at Longstaple, where I always felt myself at home, and was always sure of my welcome, and accordingly I spent the greatest part of my time there from 18 to 19. Lucy appeared everything that was amiable and obliging. She was pretty, too, at least I thought so then, and I had seen so little of other women that I could make no comparisons and see no defects. Considering everything, therefore, I hope foolish as our engagement was, foolish as it has since in every way been proved, it was not at the time an unnatural or an inexcusable piece of folly. The change which a few hours had wrought in the minds and the happiness of the Dashwoods was so great, as promised them all the satisfaction of a sleepless night. Mrs. Dashwood, too happy to be comfortable, knew not how to love Edward, nor praise Eleanor enough, how to be enough thankful for his release without wounding his delicacy, nor how at once to give them leisure for unrestrained conversation together, and yet enjoy, as she wished, the sight and society of both. Marianne could speak her happiness only by tears. Comparisons would occur, regrets would arise, and her joy, though sincere as her love for her sister, was of a kind to give her neither spirits nor language. Oh, that's sad. But Eleanor, how are her feelings to be described? From the moment of learning that Lucy was married to another, that Edward was free, to the moment of his justifying the hopes which had so instantly followed, she was everything by turns but tranquil. But when the second moment had passed, when she found every doubt, every solicitude removed, compared her situation with what so lately it had been, saw him honorably released from his former engagement. Honorably released, but why did Miss Lucy Steele marry his brother? That is not resolved, and now I need to know why. Compared her situation with what so lately it had been, saw him honorably released from his former engagement, saw him instantly profiting by the release. To address herself and declare an affection as tender, as constant as she had ever supposed it to be, she was oppressed, she was overcome by her own felicity, and happily disposed, as is the human mind, to be easily familiarized with any change for the better. It required several hours to give sedateness to her spirits, or any degree of tranquillity to her heart. Edward was now fixed at the cottage, at least for a week. For whatever other claims might be made on him, it was impossible that less than a week should be given up to the enjoyment of Eleanor's company, or, suffice to say, half that was to be said of the past, the present, and the future. For though a very few hours spent in the hard labor of incessant talking will dispatch more subjects than can really be in common between any two rational creatures, yet with lovers it is different. Between them no subject is finished, no communication is even made till it has been made at least 20 times over. Lucy's marriage, the unceasing and reasonable wonder among them all, formed, of course, one of the earliest discussions of the lovers, and Eleanor's particular knowledge of each party made it appear to her in every view as one of the most extraordinary and unaccountable circumstances she had ever heard. How they could be thrown together, and by what attraction Robert could be drawn on to marry a girl of whose beauty she had herself heard him speak without any admiration, a girl too already engaged to his brother, and on whose account that brother had been thrown off by his family. It was beyond her comprehension to make out. To her own heart it was a delightful affair, to her imagination it was even a ridiculous one, but to her reason, her judgment, it was completely a puzzle. Itu. Edward could only attempt an explanation by supposing that perhaps at first accidentally meeting, the vanity of the one had been so worked on by the flattery of the other as to lead by degrees to all the rest. Eleanor remembered what Robert had told her in Harley Street of his opinion of what his own mediation in his brother's affairs might have done, if applied to in time. She repeated it to Edward. That was exactly like Robert, was his immediate observation, and that, he presently added, might perhaps be in his head when the acquaintance between them first began. And Lucy, perhaps, at first might think only of procuring his good offices in my favor. Other designs might afterwards arise. How long it had been carrying on between them, however, he was equally at a loss with herself to make out. For at Oxford, where he had remained by choice ever since his quitting London, he had had no means of hearing of her but from herself, and her letters to the very last were neither less frequent nor less affectionate than usual. Not the smallest suspicion, therefore, had ever occurred to prepare him for what followed, and when at last it burst on him in a letter from Lucy herself, he had been for some time, he believed, half stupefied between the wonder, the horror, and the joy of such a deliverance. He put the letter into Eleanor's hands. Dear Sir, being very sure I have long lost your affections, I have thought myself at liberty to bestow my own on another, and have no doubt of being as happy with him as I once used to think I might be with you. But I scorn to accept a hand while the heart was another's. Sincerely wish you happy in your choice, and it shall not be my fault if we are not always good friends, as our near relationship now makes proper. I can safely say I owe you no ill will, and am sure you will be too generous to do us any ill offices. Your brother has gained my affections entirely, and as we could not live without one another, we are just returned from the altar, and are now on our way to Dawlish for a few weeks, which place your dear brother has great curiosity to see. But thought I would first trouble you with these few lines, and shall always remain your sincere well-wisher, friend, and sister, Lucy Ferrars. Wow. Wow. Big wow. I have burnt all your letters, and will return your picture the first opportunity. Please to destroy my scrawls, but the ring, with my hair, you are very welcome to keep. Eleanor read and returned it without any comment. I will not ask your opinion of it as a composition, said Edward, for worlds would not I have had a letter of hers seen by you in former days. In a sister it is bad enough, but in a wife, how I have blushed over the pages of her writing, and I believe I may say that since the first half year of our foolish business, this is the only letter I ever received from her of which the substance made me any amends for the defect of the style. However, it may have come about, said Eleanor after a pause. They are certainly married, and your mother has brought on herself a most appropriate punishment. The independence she settled on Robert through resentment against you has put it in his power to make his own choice, and she has actually been bribing one son with 1,000 a year to do the very deed which she disinherited the other for intending to do. She will hardly be less hurt, I suppose, by Robert's marrying Lucy than she would have been by your marrying her. She will be more hurt by it, for Robert always was her favorite. She will be more hurt by it, and on the same principle will forgive him much sooner. In what state the affair stood at present between them, Edward knew not, for no communication with any of his family had yet been attempted by him. He had quitted Oxford within 24 hours after Lucy's letter arrived, and with only one object before him, the nearest road to Barton, and had no leisure to form any scheme of conduct with which the road did not hold the most intimate connection. He could do nothing till he were assured of his fate with Miss Dashwood, and by his rapidity in seeking that fate, it is to be supposed, in spite of the jealousy with which he had once thought of Colonel Brandon, in spite of the modesty with which he rated his own deserts, and the politeness with which he talked of his doubts, he did not, upon the whole, expect a very cruel reception. It was his business, however, to say that he did, and he said it very prettily. What he might say on the subject a 12-month after must be referred to the imagination of husbands and wives. That Lucy had certainly meant to deceive, to go off with a flourish of malice against him in her message by Thomas, was perfectly clear to Elinor, and Edward himself, now thoroughly enlightened on her character, had no scruple in believing her capable of the utmost meanness of wanton ill nature. Though his eyes had been long opened, even before his acquaintance with Elinor began, to her ignorance and a want of liberality in some of her opinions, they had been equally imputed by him to her want of education, and till her last letter reached him, he had always believed her to be a well-disposed, good-hearted girl, and thoroughly attached to himself. Nothing but such a persuasion could have prevented his putting an end to an engagement which, long before the discovery of it, laid him open to his mother's anger, had been a continual source of disquiet and regret to him. "I thought it my duty," said he, "independent of my feelings, to give her the option of continuing the engagement or not, when I was renounced by my mother, and stood to all appearance without a friend in the world to assist me. In such a situation as that, where there seemed nothing to tempt the avarice or the vanity of any living creature, how could I suppose, when she so earnestly, so warmly insisted on sharing my fate, whatever it might be, that anything but the most disinterested affection was her inducement? And even now, I cannot comprehend on what motive she acted, or what fancied advantage it could be to her, to be fettered to a man for whom she had not the smallest regard, and who had only 2,000 pounds in the world. She could not foresee that Colonel Brandon would give me a living. No, but she might suppose that something would occur in your favor, that your own family might in time relent, and at any rate she lost nothing by continuing the engagement, for she had proved that it fettered neither her inclination nor her actions. The connection was certainly a respectable one, and probably gained her consideration among her friends, and if nothing more advantageous occurred, it would be better for her to marry you than be single." Oof. Edward was of course immediately convinced that nothing could have been more natural than Lucy's conduct, nor more self-evident than the motive of it. Elinor scolded him, harshly as ladies always scold the imprudence which compliments themselves, for having spent so much time with them at Norland, when he must have felt his own inconstancy. "Your behaviour was certainly very wrong," said she, "because, to say nothing of my own conviction, our relations were all led away by it, to fancy and expect what, as you were then situated, could never be." He could only plead an ignorance of his own heart, and a mistaken confidence in the force of his engagement. "I was simple enough to think that, because my faith was plighted to another, there could be no danger in my being with you, and that the consciousness of my engagement was to keep my heart as safe and sacred as my honor, I felt that I admired you. But I told myself it was only friendship, until I began to make comparisons between yourself and Lucy. I did not know how far I was got. After that, I suppose I was wrong in remaining so much in Sussex, and the arguments with which I reconciled myself to the expediency of it were no better than these. The danger is my own. I am doing no injury to anybody but myself. Eleanor smiled and shook her head. Edward heard with pleasure of Colonel Brandon's being expected at the cottage, as he really wished not only to be better acquainted with him, but to have an opportunity of convincing him that he no longer resented his giving him the living of Delaford, which at present, said he, after thanks so ungraciously delivered as mine, were on the occasion, he must think I have never forgiven him for offering. This is one whole word. This should probably have been a space between the two. Interesting. Now, he felt astonished himself that he had never yet been to the place, but so little interest had he taken in the matter that he owed all his knowledge of the house, garden, and glebe, extent of the parish, condition of the land, and rate of the tithes, to Eleanor herself, who had heard so much of it from Colonel Brandon, and heard it with so much attention as to be entirely mistress of the subject. One question after this only remained undecided between them. One difficulty only was to be overcome. They were brought together by mutual affection, with the warmest approbation of their real friends. Their intimate knowledge of each other seemed to make their happiness certain. It might not have been the author's typo, but it was probably the proofreader not catching it and the printer just printing it that way. And they only wanted something to live upon. Edward had £2,000 and Eleanor one, which, with Delaford living, was all that they could call their own, for it was impossible that Mrs. Dashwood should advance anything, and they were neither of them quite enough in love to think that £350 a year would supply them with the comforts of life. Edward was not entirely without hopes of some favourable change in his mother towards him, and on that he rested for the residue of their income. But Eleanor had no such dependence, for, since Edward would still be unable to marry Miss Morton, and his choosing herself had been spoken of in Mrs. Ferrars's flattering language as only a lesser evil than his choosing Lucy Steele, she feared that Robert's offence would serve no other purpose than to enrich Fanny. About 4 days after Edward's arrival, Colonel Brandon appeared, to complete Mrs. Dashwood's satisfaction, and to give her the dignity of having, for the first time since her living at Barton, more company with her than her house would hold. Edward was allowed to retain the privilege of first comer, and Colonel Brandon therefore walked every night to his old quarters at the park, from whence he usually returned in the morning, early enough to interrupt the lovers' first tete-a-tete before breakfast. A 3 weeks' residence at Delaford, where, in his evening hours at least, he had little to do but to calculate the disproportion between 36 and 17. Brought him to Barton and thinking about it, brought him to Barton in a temper of mind which needed all the improvement in Marianne's looks, all the kindness of her welcome, and all the encouragement of her mother's language, to make it cheerful. Among such friends, however, and such flattery he did revive. No rumor of Lucy's marriage had yet reached him. He knew nothing of what had passed, and the first hours of his visit were consequently spent in hearing and in wondering. Everything was explained to him by Mrs. Dashwood, and he found fresh reason to rejoice in what he had done for Mr. Ferrars, since eventually it promoted the interest of Elinor. It would be needless to say that the gentlemen advanced in the good opinion of each other as they advanced in each other's acquaintance, for it could not be otherwise. Their resemblance in good principles and good sense, in disposition and manner of thinking, would probably have been sufficient to unite them in friendship, without any other attraction. But their being in love with two sisters, and two sisters fond of each other, made that mutual regard inevitable and immediate, which might otherwise have waited the effect of time and judgment. The letters from town, which a few days before would have made every nerve in Elinor's body thrill with transport, now arrived to be read with less emotion than mirth. Mrs. Jennings wrote to tell the wonderful tale, to vent her honest indignation against the jilting girl, and pour forth her compassion towards poor Mr. Edward, who, she was sure, had quite doted upon the worthless hussy, and was now, by all accounts, almost broken-hearted at Oxford. I do think, she continued, nothing was ever carried on so sly, for it was but 2 days before Lucy called and sat a couple of hours with me. Not a soul suspected anything of the matter, not even Nancy, who, poor soul, came crying to me the day after, in a great fright for fear of Mrs. Ferrars, as well as not knowing how to get to Plymouth, for Lucy, it seemed, borrowed all her money before she went off to be married, on purpose, we suppose, to make a shoe with, and poor Nancy had not 7 shillings in the world. So I was very glad to give her 5 guineas to take her down to Exeter, where she thinks of staying 3 or 4 weeks with Mrs. Burgess, in hopes, as I tell her, to fall in with the doctor again. And I must say that Lucy's crossness not to take her along with them in the chaise is worse than all. Poor Mr. Edward! I cannot get him out of my head, but you must send for him to Barton, and Miss Marianne must try to comfort him. So Nancy was Lucy's older sister. They just called her Miss Steele. Miss Steele is not very literate, not very respectful of boundaries. She was an interesting character. But Lucy stole all of their money that they had and went off to get married with Robert. Because honestly, Lucy's a terrible person. And to know that she's married to Robert, who's also a terrible person, it's like, well, you know, they deserve each other. Oof. Mr. Dashwood's strains were more solemn. Mrs. Ferrars was the most unfortunate of women. Poor Fanny had suffered agonies of sensibility, and he considered the existence of each under such a blow with grateful wonder. Robert's offence was unpardonable, but Lucy's was infinitely worse. Neither of them was ever again to be mentioned to Mrs. Ferrars, and even if she might hereafter be induced to forgive her son, his wife should never be acknowledged as her daughter, nor be permitted to appear in her presence. The secrecy with which everything had been carried on between them was rationally treated as enormously heightening the crime, because had any suspicion of it occurred to the others, proper measures would have been taken to prevent the marriage, and he called on Elinor to join with him in regretting that Lucy's engagement with Edward had not rather been fulfilled, than that she had thus be the means of spreading misery farther in the family. He thus continued: Mrs. Ferrars has never yet mentioned Edward's name, which does not surprise us, but to our great astonishment, not a line has been received from him on the occasion. Perhaps, however, he is kept silent by his fear of offending, and I shall therefore give him a hint, by a line to Oxford, that his sister and I both think a letter of proper submission from him addressed perhaps to Fanny, and by her shewn to her mother, might not be taken amiss, for we all know the tenderness of Mrs. Ferrars's heart, and that she wishes for nothing so much as to be on good terms with her children. This paragraph was of some importance to the prospects of and conduct of Edward. It determined him to attempt a reconciliation, though not exactly in the manner pointed out by their brother and sister. A letter of proper submission? Repeated he. Would they have me beg my mother's pardon for Robert's ingratitude to her, and breach of honor to me? I can make no submission. I am grown neither humble nor penitent by what has passed. I am grown very happy, but that would not interest. I know of no submission that is proper for me to make. You may certainly ask to be forgiven, said Elinor, because you have offended, and I should think you might now venture so far as to profess some concern for having ever formed the engagement which drew on you your mother's anger. He agreed that he might. And when she has forgiven you, perhaps a little humility may be convenient while acknowledging a second engagement, almost as imprudent in her eyes as the first. He had nothing to urge against it, but still resisted the idea of a letter of proper submission, and therefore, to make it easier to him, as he declared a much greater willingness to make mean concessions by word of mouth than on paper, it was resolved that, instead of writing to Fanny, he should go to London and personally entreat her good offices in his favour. And if they really do interest themselves, said Marianne, in her new character of candour, in bringing about a reconciliation, I shall think that even John and Fanny are not entirely without merit. After a visit on Colonel Brandon's side of only 3 or 4 days, the two gentlemen quitted Barton together. They were to go immediately to Delaford, that Edward might have some personal knowledge of his future home, and assist his patron and friend in deciding what improvements were needed to it, and from thence, after staying there a couple of nights, he was to proceed on his journey to town. It's the final countdown. All right, this is the final chapter, so big stretches. Yep. Big stretch. Okay. We're on to chapter 50, the last chapter of the book. There's about the book after blurb, but I'll read a little bit of it and see if it's of interest. But we're here for the book, and that's what we'll read. So, friendly reminder, hydrate, caffeinate, grab a snack, do whatever it is you need to enjoy the story. Let's see here. Chapter 50. After a proper resistance on the part of Mrs. Ferrars, just so violent and so steady as to preserve her from the reproach which she always seemed fearful of incurring, the reproach of being too amiable, Edward was admitted to her presence, and pronounced to be again her son. Her family had of late been exceedingly fluctuating. For many years of her life she had had 2 sons, but the crime and annihilation of Edward a few weeks ago had robbed her of 1. The similar annihilation of Robert had left her for a fortnight without any, and now, by the resuscitation of Edward, she had 1 again. In spite of his being allowed once more to live, however, he did not feel the continuance of his existence secure, till he had revealed his present engagement, for the publication of that circumstance he feared might give a sudden turn to his constitution, and carry him off as rapidly as before. With apprehensive caution, therefore, it was revealed, and he was listened to with unexpected calmness. Mrs. Ferrars at first reasonably endeavoured to dissuade him from marrying Miss Dashwood by every argument in her power, told him that in Miss Morton he would have a woman of higher rank and larger fortune, and enforced the assertion by observing that Miss Morton was the daughter of a nobleman with 30,000 pounds, while Miss Dashwood was only the daughter of a private gentleman with no more than 3. But when she found that, though perfectly admitting the truth of her representation, he was by no means inclined to be guided by it, she judged it wisest, from the experience of the past, to submit, and therefore, after such an ungracious delay as she owed to her own dignity, and as served to prevent every suspicion of goodwill, she issued her decree of consent to the marriage of Edward and Eleanor. What she would engage to do towards augmenting their income was next to be considered. And here it plainly appeared that though Edward was now her only son, he was by no means her eldest. For while Robert was inevitably endowed with 1,000 pounds a year, not the smallest objection was made against Edward's taking orders for the sake of 250 at the utmost, nor was anything promised either for the present or in future beyond the 10,000 pounds which had been given with Fanny. It was as much, however, as was desired, and more than was expected by Edward and Eleanor, and Mrs. Ferrars herself, by her shuffling excuses, seemed the only person surprised at her not giving more. With an income quite sufficient to their wants thus secured to them, they had nothing to wait for after Edward was in possession of the living but the readiness of the house, to which Colonel Brandon, with an eager desire for the accommodation of Eleanor, was making considerable improvements. And after waiting some time for their completion, after experiencing, as usual, 1,000 disappointments and delays from the unaccountable Oh, thank you for the follow. Let's see. Aeolus Darkwind. Aeolus Darkwind. What a cool name. Sounds like the beginning of like a protagonist of some really cool fantasy novel. Aeolus Darkwind. Cool name. After experiencing, as usual, 1,000 disappointments and delays from the unaccountable dilatoriness? That's a word. Oh, it can't even find it. That's fascinating. Da 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 da. Oh, that's a good one. A D&D campaign. A Drow Paladin. Ooh. Belatedness. But there is no pronunciation. Maybe. Dilatory. So dilatoriness. Yep. Thanks, Valis. Okay. There we go. It was right here. From the unaccountable dilatoriness of the workmen, Eleanor, as usual, broke through the first positive resolution of not marrying till everything was ready, and the ceremony took place in Barton Church early in the autumn. The first month after their marriage was spent with their friend at the mansion house, from whence they could superintend the progress of the parsonage, and direct everything as they liked on the spot, could choose papers, project shrubberies, and invent a sweep. Mrs. Jennings' prophecies, though rather jumbled together, were chiefly fulfilled. She was able to visit Edward and his wife in their parsonage by Michaelmas, and she found in Eleanor and her husband, as she really believed, one of the happiest couples in the world. They had, in fact, nothing to wish for the marriage of Colonel Brandon and Marianne, and rather better pasturage for the cows. They were visited on their first settling by almost all their relations and friends. Mrs. Ferrars came to inspect the happiness with which she, almost ashamed of having authorized, and even the Dashwoods were at the expense of the journey from Sussex to do them honor. "I will not say that I am disappointed, my dear sister," said John, as they were walking together one morning before the gates of Delaford House. "That would be saying too much, for certainly you have been one of the most fortunate young women in the world as it is. But I confess it would give me great pleasure to call Colonel Brandon brother, his property here, his place, his house, everything in such respectable and excellent condition, and his woods. I have not seen such timber anywhere in Dorsetshire as there is now standing in Delaford Hanger. And though, perhaps, Marianne may not seem exactly the person to attract him, yet I think it would altogether be advisable for you to have them now frequently staying with you, for as Colonel Brandon seems a great deal at home, nobody can tell what may happen. For when people are much thrown together, and see little of anybody else, and it will always be in your power to set her off to advantage, and so forth. In short, you may as well give her a chance. You understand me?" And though Mrs. Ferrars did come to see them, and always treated them with the make-believe of decent affection, they were never insulted by her real favor and preference. That was due to the folly of Robert and the cunning of his wife, and it was earned by them before many months had passed away. The selfish sagacity of the latter, which had at first drawn Robert into the scrape, was the principal instrument of his deliverance from it, for her respectful humility, assiduous attentions, and endless flatteries as soon as the smallest opening was given for their exercise, reconciled Mrs. Ferrars to his choice, and re-established him completely in her favor. The whole of Lucy's behavior in the affair, and the prosperity which crowned it, therefore may be held forth as a most encouraging instance of what an earnest and unceasing attention to self-interest, however its progress may be apparently obstructed, will do in securing every advantage of fortune with no other sacrifice than that of time and conscience. When Robert first sought her acquaintance, and privately visited her in Bartlett's Buildings, it was only with the view imputed to him by his brother. He merely meant to persuade her to give up the engagement, and as there could be nothing to overcome but the affection of both, he naturally expected that one or two interviews would settle the matter. In that point, however, and that only, he erred. For though Lucy soon gave him hopes that his eloquence would convince her in time, another visit, another conversation was always wanted to produce this conviction. Some doubts always lingered in her mind when they parted, which could only be removed by another half-hour's discourse with himself. His attendance was by this means secured, and the rest followed in course. Instead of talking of Edward, they came gradually to talk only of Robert, a subject on which he had always more to say than on any other, and which she soon betrayed an interest even equal to his own, and in short, it became speedily evident to both that he had entirely supplanted his brother. He was proud of his conquest, proud of tricking Edward, and very proud of marrying privately without his mother's consent. What immediately followed is known. They passed some months in great happiness at Dawlish, for she had many relations and old acquaintance to cut, and he drew several plans for magnificent cottages, and from thence returning to town procured the forgiveness of Mrs. Ferrars by the simple expedient of asking it, which at Lucy's instigation was adopted. The forgiveness at first, indeed, as was reasonable, comprehended only Robert and Lucy, who had owed his mother no duty, and therefore could have transgressed none, still remained some weeks longer unpardoned. But perseverance in humility of conduct and messages in self-condemnation for Robert's offense, and gratitude for the unkindness she was treated with, procured her in time the haughty notice which overcame her by its graciousness, and led soon afterwards by rapid degrees to the highest state of affection and influence. Lucy became as necessary to Mrs. Ferrars as either Robert or Fanny, and while Edward was never cordially forgiven for having once intended to marry her, and Eleanor, though superior to her in fortune and birth, was spoken of as an intruder, she was in everything considered, and always openly acknowledged to be a favorite child. Wow. They settled in town, received very liberal assistance from Mrs. Ferrars, were on the best terms imaginable with the Dashwoods, and setting aside the jealousies and ill will continually subsisting between Fanny and Lucy, in which their husbands, of course, took a part, as well as the frequent domestic disagreements between Robert and Lucy themselves, nothing could exceed the harmony in which they all lived together. What Edward had done to forfeit the right of eldest son might have puzzled many people to find out, and what Robert had done to succeed it might have puzzled them still more. It was an arrangement, however, justified in its effects, if not in its cause, for nothing ever appeared in Robert's style of living or of talking to give a suspicion of his regretting the extent of his income, as either leaving his brother too little or bringing himself too much, and if Edward might be judged from the ready discharge of his duties in every particular, from an increasing attachment to his wife and his home, and from the regular cheerfulness of his spirits, he might be supposed no less contented with his lot, no less free from every wish of an exchange. Eleanor's marriage divided her as little from her family as could well be contrived, without rendering the cottage at Barton entirely useless, for her mother and sisters spent much more than half their time with her. Mrs. Dashwood was acting on motives of policy as well as pleasure in the frequency of her visits at Delaford, for her wish of bringing Marianne and Colonel Brandon together was hardly less earnest, though rather more liberal, than what John had expressed. Now it was now her darling object, precious as was the company of her daughter to her. She desired nothing so much as to give up its constant enjoyment to her valued friend, and to see Marianne settled at the mansion house was equally the wish of Edward and Eleanor. They each felt his sorrows and their own obligations, and Marianne, by general consent, was to be the reward of all. With such a confederacy against her, with a knowledge so intimate of his goodness, with a conviction of his fond attachment to herself, which at last, though long after it was observable to everybody else, burst on her, what could she do? Marianne Dashwood was born to an extraordinary fate. She was born to discover the falsehood of her own opinions, and to counteract by her conduct her most favorite maxims. She was born to overcome an affectionate formed so late in life as at 17, and with no sentiment superior to strong esteem and lively friendship, voluntarily to give her hand to another, and that other, a man who had suffered no less than herself under the event of a former attachment, whom 2 years before she had considered too old to be married, and who still sought the constitutional and still taught who bah, and who still sought the constitutional safeguard of a flannel waistcoat or flannel waistcoat. But so it was. Instead of falling a sacrifice to an irresistible passion, as once she had fondly flattered herself with expecting, instead of remaining even forever with her mother, and finding her only pleasures in retirement and study, as afterwards in her more calm and sober judgment she had determined on, she found herself at 19 submitting to new attachments, entering on new duties, placed in a new home, a wife, the mistress of a family, and the patroness of a village. Colonel Brandon was now as happy as all those who best loved him believed he deserved to be. In Marianne he was consoled for every past affliction. Her regard and her society restored his mind to animation, and his spirits to cheerfulness, and that Marianne found her own happiness in forming his was equally the persuasion and delight of each observing friend. Marianne could never love by halves, and her whole heart became in time as much devoted to her husband as it once been to Willoughby. Willoughby could not hear of her marriage without a pang, and his punishment was soon afterwards complete in the voluntary forgiveness of Mrs. Smith, who, by stating his marriage with a woman of character as the source of her clemency, gave him reason for believing that had he behaved with honor towards Marianne, he might at once have been happy and rich. That his repentance of misconduct, which thus brought its own punishment, was sincere, need not be doubted, nor that he long thought of Colonel Brandon with envy, and of Marianne with regret. But that he was forever inconsolable, that he fled from society or contracted an habitual gloom of temper or died of a broken heart, must not be depended on, for he did neither. He lived to exert, and frequently to enjoy himself. His wife was not always out of humor, nor his home always uncomfortable, and in his breed of horses and dogs, and in sporting of every kind, he found no inconsiderable degree of domestic felicity. Unsurprised. For Marianne, however, in spite of his incivility in surviving her loss, he always retained that decided regard which interested him in everything that befell her, and made her his secret standard of perfection in women. And made her his secret standard of perfection in woman. And many a rising beauty would be slighted by him in after days as bearing no comparison with Mrs. Brandon. Mrs. Dashford was prudent enough to remain at the cottage without attempting a removal to Delaford, and fortunately for Sir John and Mrs. Jennings, when Marianne was taken from them, Margaret had reached an age highly suitable for dancing, and not very ineligible for being supposed to have a lover. Ooh la la. Between Barton and Delaford there was that constant communication which strong family affection would naturally dictate, and among the merits and happiness of Eleanor and Marianne, let it not be ranked as the least considerable that though sisters, and living almost within sight of each other, they could live without disagreement between themselves, or producing coolness between their husbands. The end. Then there's just some people's library info here. Yeah, this just the Widener Library where the book came from. So that is it, everyone. That is the entirety of the book. We have read all of Sense and Sensibility, and I greatly enjoyed it. I was actually reading an article pretty recently that reading isn't as important in education as it used to be. Yay, Thanksgivings! And I think that through the process of reading larger novels, longer books, even through the process of reading to you all, you're very welcome, Sino. I further my education. I further my understanding of language. I further my ability to cognitively comprehend words that I have never pursued or seen before. I can't even tell you approbation. We had like 3 or 4 words today that I had never seen before, and I think through these readings, I derive a great deal of satisfaction of like using my brain to like figure things out. You know, it's growing, it's learning, it's continuing. Because one of the things that you have to dread as you get old, I'm not old by any string, like any sense of the imagination, but the further we get on in life, if we don't pursue these things that keep our mind active, that comprehension, that intelligence that is ours to command will decay. So, anyway, with that note, let's find somebody lovely to go raid. And I will begin next week on the first of the Spooktober series. It's gonna be awesome. I'm really looking forward to you guys. You guys are gonna love the look. We're gonna love the book. We're gonna start with John William Polidori's The Vampire. Yes, we will find a raid. It depends. So Sino, to answer your question, it depends on the source. So with this book, Sense and Sensibility, I actually had to go find the e-published version PDF file of the book, and then I uploaded it to my Google Play books. So the book, I found a free source for the book, and I uploaded it into the Google Play app. Here, let me. Oh, it's so bright, it hurts my eyeballs. Anyway, so the Google Play app, you can upload your own books, so you can just upload a file, an e-published free copy. And I'm reading all classics, so there's tons of free editions of them all over the internet. So that's one way that I read. There's a couple of different websites. If you want to message me, if you want some links to those, I can send them to you. So I'll tell you why it's not on dark mode. So normally I like dark mode. And here, let me pull up the book again. So this is the book on light mode. This is the book on dark mode. So while I do prefer everything to be on dark mode, if I have the original book, which are light pages, yeah, I couldn't read this. It looks lovely in its sepia tones, I will give you that, but it would not be easy to read. Oh, Google doesn't, but I use this thing called Dark Reader. It's an extension that you can add to Google Chrome, Brave, Mozilla Firefox. Yeah, the dark mode is too much. Yeah, it's just a good plugin. So now I can go to like so now the dictionary.com and thesaurus.com page is in dark mode. But yeah, it is Dark Reader. This extension. darkreader.org. I'll put that in their side chat for you. But yes, so that is the extension that I like. It works on all of the various browsers. Sorry, all the different types of browsers. I used to use Chrome exclusively up until like a week ish ago, and it is a hog. I've been experimenting with things with my CPU to kind of figure out what was pulling so much usage out of my CPU, because I'm running an i7. You know, there's no reason that it should have been like tanking my CPU. But I overhauled OBS because of what Wildos has told me, and then I switched from Google Chrome to Brave, and it has all of the things that I like from Google without the hog on the resources. The only thing that I do not like, I have to say, is when I let's see, painting of horse. I don't know, something. The only thing that I don't really like about the search engine is the lack of, like, it has a fraction of the details in the images that Google Chrome does. And one of the things that I miss out of Google Chrome is the ability to look for specifically transparent PNGs that are free. I could search by the size of the image, so like a large pixel file versus a small one. Brave doesn't have that. That's one of the only things that I have to complain about Brave. But I do have to say, the greater majority of the search engine does not immediately give me AI generated stuff, which makes me very happy, because it makes me very frustrated when I would go into Google. I'm like, I'm looking for this figure drawing art reference, and then I would get a ton of AI generated stuff. It's like, none of this. I can't use any of this as a reference. So, but yeah, Dark Reader, huge impact. Let me think. I have EPUB Reader is another one. I've got Better Twitch TV as another extension, and that's what allows me to use the if it'll pop. Oh, capital H. Sorry, it's not. It is caps sensitive, so now I can do the little wave hi. Yeah, that emote. I have a couple of the Better Twitch TV emotes too. But I don't want to have anyone here be stuck with watching any more ads today. So let's see. I was looking at something up tonight and saw an AI picture of a guy holding a cup of tea just by the saucer between his pinky and his pinky and his ring finger. What? Like, how? I mean, if it's trained on that, that's odd. I wonder how the AI put that together. That's odd. Anyway, you absolutely could. For those of you following, I do have a happy little Discord now. You guys are welcome to check it out. Exclamation Discord, if I did it correctly. It is CORD. Yes. So I do have an 18 plus Discord. It's only 18 plus because you know what? I say some not so safe for work things, and I also swear like a sailor sometimes, and it's not safe for people under age. So it is pretty small, and it is a work in progress. I'm still figuring out like how to make sure that people can have the correct permissions. So if something comes up, I did figure out how to make a ticketing system, so yay. I don't know, it's a struggle. I'm still figuring things out as I go, but I appreciate each and every one of you, my lovely Libro files. Let's go find somebody lovely to raid. Who do we have in the category? Maybe we can find someone. Raid. Let's see. People that I follow. Let's start there. Some video games. Oh, okay. Wolf Dad Duke is reading Call of the Wild. I did that last year, or I guess that would have been the beginning of this year, in January, I think. Um, Black Dragon Tavern is reading Harry Potter. Revi Rad is doing Dungeons and Dragons. I'm always a big fan of that. Secret Lunchbox is doing some spooking indie games. That would be kind of fun. Man, a lot of choices in the following category. What about same category? The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Oh no. If I went into that, spoilers for later in the month, my goodness. Though very tempting. Let's see. The Slybarian series by Striker Sly. They're reading, I don't know. They have a book haul, which I'm not sure. Writing stream. This person's not even, they're live, but they're not in the shot. They're just reading something. Not to chat, but privately. Interesting. Grimm's Fairy Tales. Story time with Tara. So Tara Polaris, that would be kind of fun. They've been at it for a while. Let's see. We're gonna go bother Black Dragon Tavern Gaming. I know I'm not a huge fan of the situations with. You got 6.9 thousand points. My goodness, Mara. What are you gonna spend them on? I should come up with some good redeems for that. You guys can like say silly things or have I don't know. Some of the streamers I have that have like the bananas being thrown at them redeems, or like can be smushed or grown tall. It'd be fun. You made me in Sims Medieval. Oh, rest in peace. That would be amazing, Mara. I'm sorry that I died, but yeah, it is what it is. Let's see. What is Maikos reading? Life, Meaning, and the Universe. You know what? We're gonna change it up. I know that this person is not a VTuber, but they are reading The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and I feel like that would be really fun because that is like a hush hush. That's something I was planning on considering at the end of the month. So let's go bother him, shall we? Wow, he's got a lot of things going on simultaneously while reading the book. Wild. Okay. Hang on tight. Let's all done with sense and sensibility and ready for Spooktober. And then maybe the raid. Da 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 da. There we go. There. This doesn't seem so bad. Alright, we got a raid message. So we're all done with Sense and Sensibility and ready for Spooktober. So let's go raid 24/7. It looks like, I think they go by Slevin. I'm not sure. We'll find out. So, alley-oop, let's get this raid started. Huzzah! Everyone's on board. All right, let's go, everybody, to the curious story of, or the curious case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.